Hey y'all. Hey.
Hey,
How's
sister. Hey, Chad.
everybody? What you doing, girl, behind that camera? What
Girl,
you doing?
you don't even want to know.
Oh,
My sister had a bad migraine this morning, and so I got a late start. So I'm headed back to the house now.
okay. So guys, y'all heard that. Um, she let me know this morning that she wasn't at her best, so she won't be cooking. But we'll definitely be chatting. Hey, Miss Lots, girl, how are you? I can always count on Miss Lots, man. I'm telling you, you're amazing. Thank you for that, Miss Lots. I look
Hey,
up, don't see
Robin.
nobody else. Know who there? How about it? How about it? How about it? So, how long do you intend? I'm sorry.
I think we got a little delay because I keep cutting you off. And can you hear the air blowing in the phone?
No, I don't.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's why I'm not like it's got a little bit of a delay, so we good. I think I'm just a little uh, off because I'm in the car and it might be doing something weird. I ain't never, been on the live before with me in the car, so I'm gonna let you take over, sugar.
All right. How long do you think before you'll be at your destination?
About 15 minutes.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yep.
All right. Not too bad. Not too bad. Miss Lot says I'm good. How are you guys doing? Miss Lots, today is better than yesterday, and I look forward to that happening every day. Like I'm looking for. I have a back. Is that me? I look forward to hearing or having a better day each day than before. Um, yeah, yeah. That's kind of where I'm at, love. That's kind of where I'm at. I'm gonna try to start. I think Dawn may be live. And I hate to start this thing because it's only an hour. It's the actual documentary. So I heard Miss Judy saying that she wanted to see the actual people, and the documentary is the actual people. Like I looked it up, and I found some other stuff also. Yeah, God is amazing, Miss Robin. Look, I get a little bit of shortness of breath, and even that is better each day. Sometimes it's because I'm doing a little too much too fast, and I have to re-gauge, uh, get a little thought process together and pattern, and then I'll be okay. But I called a girl. She's gonna try to work me in today, y'all, to get my hair done because my secret about to be out, honey, with the gray hairs. And uh, hubby don't like fake hair, fake lashes. Now he'll let me do the lashes. He'll raise no big saying about it. He stay long as they don't look like I got spiders on my eyes, and uh, he say windshield wipers or little crazy stuff. He say, but he like natural stuff, so he be like, oh, they laughing. Just let it be. If you gray, just let it be gray. I be like, mm-mm. And reason being is because a family trait is gray hair. We gray early, and some are born with gray hair. My grandson just turned 8 2 weeks ago, and he has like 10, 15 gray hairs already coming in the top. And I didn't mind it when I was young because everybody used to be like, oh, she's going to be smart. That's wisdom. Hey, Stacy Jew Love, how are you? They would say, that's wisdom and, all of that. And I took it with stride. But when I got in like my 30s, people started saying, how old are you? Because, now I'm older and I look more mature in the face and with the gray hair. So, Dark and Lovely, Claire, all them became my best friends, like really quick. He'd be like, just let it gray. And I'd be like, no, I'm not gonna do that. No, sir. But he In his mind, it's natural. You dyeing your hair black, he thinking that you're not natural. I'm like, no, honey, I'm dyeing it black. It ain't like I'm dyeing it a wild color or nothing. You know, say, I'm gonna dye my hair too, and I feel so good after I dye it. And I really can't do colors because if you look, I don't know if you can see that. Can you see that? My hair is like a brownish. If you
Yep,
see
I
that, it's
can
like
see
a
it.
brownish. And, as it grows out brownish. But then when I dye the black, this close part is always black. It's brownish. Even when I cut a big portion of my locks off, it was still to the brown. So, but yeah. So before we get started, yeah, I wanted to say I did some more investigating into this documentary, only to find out that there were some things left out of the documentary that wasn't put in it, and we'll share some of those things too. That gives even more insight. She said she uses a temporary color. What I found is temporary color don't take in my hair well at all. I don't know if it's something with the pigment of the gray, with me being born that way, or I don't know, but it definitely has to be like a permanent for me. And the ones that I have found, Stacy, that will work, my hair grows super, super, super fast. And a couple of days, it's like I didn't do nothing to it anyway. So, hey, Terry, how are you? Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for coming in. Terry, let me tell you something. You is the most supportive brother I know. And I just want to tell you that, give you your clap of praise right now while you're listening. And I appreciate that, not just for me, but I see you out there in those YouTube streets being very supportive of everyone. And it doesn't go unnoticed, brother. I just wanted to tell you that.
Facts.
I just wanted to say that to you, Terry. Yeah, I think Dawn is still alive. So we almost at 10 people, y'all. We get to 10. I think 10, 12 people. What y'all think? We'll get started because it's a very, very good documentary, y'all. I promise y'all it is. 10, 12 people. What y'all think? Yeah, it's a good documentary. And then when I went and did my little follow-up, it made it even that much more interesting. How about that? How about that? I gotta make sure I got all these other devices turned off. Y'all don't know why my breath trying to get short because I have not done anything on this good old Saturday. Nothing, because I anticipate going to get my hair done. Hopefully she gonna be able to work me in. But she told me if not today, she'll definitely get me on Tuesday. Hey, Queen, True Slayer, my love. How are you? How are you, True Slayer? Let's see, y'all. I just had a lost train of thought. Got it back just that fast. And I should have reached out to her prior to, but I think I will. I want to reach out to Andrea and see if I can get her to partake in this live. Reach out to if she Andrea doesn't have any prior engagements. Look at me in this live. Okay, there we go. Sis, you want to talk for a minute while I try to reach out to her real quick? Because I should have done it prior to.
Okay.
Definitely.
Hello. Okay, Sissy, I got you. Hey, everybody in the chat. Child, is that? Wait a minute. No, that's not Tangela. Hi, Tanisha. You tricked me. Hey again, Robin. Hey, Terry. Hey, bro. Stacy said, you in the building. Hey, sister. Sister Gare.
Are you busy today? Okay. I should have asked you earlier because I really wanted you to partake in this live. Us being that you have your baby girl, and I was listening the other day how you tell me how she communicate and how she's very much aware of what's going on with her. So I had just wanted your insight when we got to certain things. But if you're busy, uh-huh. Oh, you already watched it. Well, good. Okay. I really okay. All right now. All right, thank y'all. I thought I was on mute, but I guess I won't. See, that's why I pay don't talk about people. Because I would have been and put all the business out, all the secrets. Okay, so I reached out to her. She's okay with that because she can relate. Like she has firsthand experience with the communication piece. So I I thought that to be great. But so Sexy Ray's in the building. Thank you, love. Miss Tanisha swung on by to see about a girl or two. I appreciate that, ladies. So as y'all see, we have the copyright disclaimer going above. I told y'all I've watched this now 3 times. I still have not formed a solid opinion because each time I look at different perspectives and I hear something that I didn't hear before. You know how all movies, you watch it again and you catch something that you didn't catch the last time, especially with me dozing off all the time. But yeah. Before we started, how many people in the chat has actually got the opportunity to watch the documentary? I think I told you it's like an hour long. Is there anybody who's had the opportunity to watch it? And if you haven't, that's fine. I'm just curious. Okay. I'm gonna drop the link for Miss Andrea. You know what? Sometimes I say Andrea and sometimes I say Andrea. I don't even know if I'm be calling sis name right. But also I can jack up a name really good too, y'all. So it probably don't matter because I'll be saying whatever come to my little pretty head. At any given moment. Let me see. I'm gonna drop her the link. Didn't think. I'll be having these little brain freezes sometime, y'all. But I ain't worried about it because I know God gonna take care of that as well. Like he do so many other things, right? Because he's amazing, just like that. And also, if I forget, if y'all did not see on our community wall where I shared Miss Trueslayer's live. I love how she speaks, first off. And I told her that a little while ago, and I kind of thought she might have took offense to it and thought I was being negative with what I was saying, but I was saying, no, sis, you got that voice that grabs hold to people's attention. And I'm glad to see she utilizing it in such a positive manner. I'm very pleased about that, but I've seen a live or two of hers already. But this live was, look at me, y'all. This live was just, I don't know. I just think it was befitting for such a time as this. And y'all get the chance. Catch that live. Catch that live from Miss Truesslayer. It's a must see. Must see. When I shared it, I put news parentheses live, like you can use, like news you can use. So I dropped that link for you there, Miss Andrea, for you to come on up, girl. And like I say, it's only an hour. I will have to stop it every so often so we can talk. Because if y'all don't know, CC and I are monetized now, but we haven't put anything into place or any of that. And I don't want to jeopardize any of that. Make sure we're following the rules as far as that's concerned. Okay. So, Miss Andrea, ah,
Hey, hey, hey.
understanding you have watched it already, correct?
Yes, I watched it.
What did you think overall? Like, I don't want to tell them about it, but overall, what did you think about the documentary in a whole? Like, did you think it was good,
Very
put together?
disturbing a little bit. It was
Yeah,
a little disturbing.
and I could see you having that even more so
Yes.
effect, just having to imagine. I could
Yeah.
see
It,
that.
it, it really tapped in it my high sensitive part about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And it stuck out to me because I have a intellectually challenged sibling that I
Hmm.
care for.
Yes.
So
Yes.
yeah, um,
We definitely have to be careful. We definitely have to watch them and their surroundings.
truthfully, I say God bless you. Thank you. No offense taken. It's more that I know the enemy hates when I speak, so I tend to shy away from using my voice. I appreciate your encouragement. And listen, hmm, I was like that for a long time, Bruce Slayer, a very long time. And then I began to realize that exactly what you just said, like the enemy hates when you speak. But then I had to learn that I went through some of the things, majority of the things in my life that I went through because it wasn't for me. It was for me. I endured it, but it was for someone else. And God, the same way He brought me to it, He allowed me to come through it. And then on the other side of it, and I had to learn that that was for me to share. So I had to really believe, I had to learn to become vocal because I bottled a lot of that up on the inside to, just as my own mishaps, not sharing. And I found that the more I began to share, y'all better hold it down or go get in the pools. Y'all, come on now. J May, y'all know. I'm live, Elisha. Thank you. That's the end of it. I'm so sorry, guys. Um, but yeah, the more I became vocal and just to see one person can come through something just by me saying a small thing, I began to be blessed. Like just the leaping of the spirit is an amazing thing. And once you get that leap one time because you help somebody, baby, you'll keep going. And I just even had to check myself on that recently because I was like, you know what? I'm about to be, I can't take this. I'm done. Like, I didn't sign up for this. And I said, no, no, do what you came to do. You can't run from God's assignments. No way, because they'll just come on the other side. Like, you're going to do God's will. That one way or the other. You're going to do His will, willingly or unwillingly, but it's going to happen. So, yeah, but
Yes. So true. Where's I'm chosen? She quiet.
hiding behind that avatar somewhere, honey. She almost home though.
Oh, she driving.
Hey, sis. Hey,
Hey.
everybody that came in the chat. I'm on mute, y'all.
Okay.
All right, guys, I'm giving it a start.
Oh shoot. Oh man.
In the beginning, when I was first
I can't hear you, Miss White. Can you hear me?
my inclination, here I am sitting here doing this, is
Okay, y'all. So first off, I don't like to be defeated. So what I'm gonna do is just kind of like come down, start everything over. So maybe just the settings got knocked off with the delay because yeah. And if not, I'll do it from the laptop I had it on to begin with. I don't know what I'm trying to show out on, but hold on.
How's everybody doing in the chat? I'm in the cut today, y'all. Hey, sexy. Hey, boo. Truthfully, I don't know if you heard me earlier. I was giving you a shout out too. Yeah, it's hot up where I'm at, and I am sweating. Woo! Oh, there she go.
Okay, y'all, we're gonna shoot for it again. That's interesting. So I must have had too many windows open or something crazy. where's my sound? Oh, you gotta be freaking kidding me. Debbie, you just stay so
It was playing.
busy.
I can hear it, sis. I can
Yeah.
hear it.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
playing.
I can't. Oh, I see why I can't hear it. Oh, y'all keep as you were. I see. Just stay so. So did I stop it? I must be losing my dang on mind.
Yeah, it's not playing. Hey, Spicy.
Okay, do y'all hear it now?
Well,
So I got two Netflix windows open. Hold on, down.
that's just a little something in the background.
Are you doing everything from your
You heard it the
laptop?
first time.
Yeah,
Are you?
right
Mm-hmm.
before and then you stopped it because you thought we couldn't hear it, but you
So it
couldn't
was.
hear it. Yeah,
Okay.
right before and then you stopped it because you thought we couldn't hear it, but you
Are you streaming everything from your laptop, or you got one open
Yes,
on?
ma'am.
Oh, okay.
That's the only way I know how to do it. Hold on. I think I'll see what we got going on. I ain't asked you to do all that. I'm just starting it from the. All right, where my praying saints at, y'all? Make sure we get this thing right this time.
Mhm.
go. Praying hands in the chat. Praying hands in the chat.
Y'all, these kids trying me on this good day right here. It's running the interruption, so that's okay. It's not me, it's Netflix. All right. Let's try it one more again. But I downloaded it so I wouldn't have to stream it.
You all sit down.
The brother looked like old boy that plays in Tyler Perry movies. Like Why Did I Get Married?
Yeah,
Doesn't he favor him?
That's the light skinned version of them.
and
No, they about the
I
same
knew there
complexion.
was something wrong.
he just like them, hair and all.
Derrick, let's go.
Okay, now I got that. Do y'all hear it?
We hear
Are
it.
you ready to get up?
Okay,
Come on.
here we go.
Come on. Come on.
I remember when they brought Derrick home from the hospital. And I was just disappointed. Like, I got a baby brother? What a little sister. And then when they brought him in the house and I saw him, it was like an instant connection. Everything was fine. Nothing out of the ordinary. I just remember that at a certain point he became very listless. He didn't move much.
He wouldn't wake up. You know, he slept all the time. He wasn't doing what he was supposed to do, like he wasn't.
It's okay, sis. Take your time.
So then they took Derrick, they put him in a sound room, and they would do the lights for his eyes to follow, and he just wouldn't react or couldn't. And that's when they told me that he had cerebral palsy. And he would never, you know, be able to do as normal children would do.
Derrick visited a few psychologists. They deemed him, as the term they used, mentally retarded, nonverbal, with cerebral palsy. You know, then not knowing what the heck that meant, it just meant that Derrick can't walk, Derrick can't talk.
Yes. It's all gone. It's all gone. You're done. You're done. Okay. I raised my two sons alone. Their father, after Derrick was born, he took the high road. He walked.
And left you guys alone?
And left us alone. Take your hands out your ears. What you want? What's the problem?
So let me ask you some questions. Derrick is nonverbal.
Yes.
That's the term? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What does that necessarily mean?
He talks like if he's hungry, he'll hit the table or a wall or whatever and say, eat, eat. If he gets really excitable, then maybe he will mumble the word ma or John, but he more or less communicate with his eyes or his hands.
You know the routine. One finger. What's that? You signing me?
Eventually, the seizures started to subside. But what his cognitive level was, I didn't have a way of assessing that. I know that he was listless for a point in time, and then all of a sudden there was an awakening of sorts, where he was in the world. Whenever we would lock eyes, like there was recognition there. I just began to see Derrick, develop his own personality and kind of come into his own.
Oh, they were inseparable. Derrick would come home after school. John would run home, meet Derrick bus, get Derrick in the house, call me, Mom would be in the house.
At a certain point, I just threw him on my back. Play together, get into mischief together. Wherever I go, Derrick has to go. Derrick's a character. He loves to give hugs. He just loves to smile a lot. You know when he's happy. He used to do, we called it the Stevie Wonder dance. When Stevie Wonder's playing on the piano and really feeling the music, and his head will sway side to side. And so Derrick would do that from time to time too, especially in church when he's like really feeling the music. Sometimes he's self-abusive. We can be somewhere, and then all of a sudden, I put his hand in his mouth and start banging his head in his knee. And I don't know why. Maybe he's frustrated, but he can't communicate. So what is going on in your head, Derrick? Like, to me, that was the great mystery.
Campus roll.
Okay, everything's fine.
Tell me the story of how you met.
I'm pretty sure, or at least I'm hopeful, that I haven't been rewriting things in my head. I didn't want to do that. I see how easily it can happen.
Next speaker is Anna Stubblefield, the director of the philosophy department at Rutgers.
Thanks, David. Is that one working? This one? How's this one? That's better. Okay.
I was teaching in the American Studies doctoral program at Rutgers Newark.
Race, class, gender and sexual orientation, and disability are inextricably intertwined, such that none of these concepts would exist as it does without the others.
And John was one of my students.
When I was doing my PhD at Rutgers,
When a person cannot understand
Anna Stubblefield was a philosopher of race and also had a class about disability studies.
Alongside theorizing about disability and ethics, I also provide support to people labeled with developmental disabilities. I work with people who cannot communicate vocally to provide them with access to alternative forms of verbal expression and to literacy.
While I grew up with a disabled brother, I was not familiar with disability studies, and I think as an instructor, she was great, and as a scholar, she was great as well.
The course was looking at the notion of intelligence as a concept. For example, the notion that if somebody can't speak, it must be because they're too stupid and there's just nothing in their head. That just is not the case. It's not the case. Lacking speech doesn't mean that you don't have anything to say. It doesn't mean that you can't use language if somebody can just get you access to a way to do it.
Can you describe what your world was like before you were able to communicate? Can you describe that for me?
Somewhere along the course, we ended up watching his video. The person that was in the video had autism.
You want to go to grandma's? Yeah, grandma is going to come here.
Sue Rubin, she's somebody who's perceived by her parents and everybody as severely intellectually impaired and just not there. But then she's given access to a way to communicate.
When I was 13, my mother said that she had seen someone start to communicate using a keyboard in support. It's called facilitated communication. As I began to type, my mind began to wake up.
Bye-bye.
Person that was in the video used a keyboard and eventually became proficient enough to communicate the complexities of her life.
She was able to do college level work and she graduated with a dual major, et cetera, et cetera. And this was her story.
I think I was lost, W.A. in some way. I acted like my worst nightmare. Why? Yes.
At that time, I had never heard anything about this facilitated communication.
After that class, John, he said, this woman in this film reminds me a lot of my brother. How she moves, how she looks. And then I see her typing and she's going to college. And we've always been told that my brother, basically he should be institutionalized, but we've always felt that maybe there's something more going on there.
We recognized that Derrick had a disability, but we never thought that he was incapable of doing any number of things. I always knew that there was something there. Like right on cue, at certain points, Derrick would say, Derrick was paying attention. Derrick wanted to weigh in on this discussion. When we would go to get haircuts, I would sit there and read the daily news. And Derrick would be sitting next to me. And so every so often, Derrick would look over my shoulder and look in the newspaper. And was it a mimicking behavior? Maybe. But he has this way of appearing to be absorbing information. And so there were dozens of these kinds of moments through our lifetime. I love my brother to death. And I always want nothing but the best for him. And so I asked her, I'd love to hear more about facilitated communication. Who can I talk to?
I told them the nearest place on the East Coast where there's support for facilitated communication is Syracuse University, but it's going to be too expensive. So I said to John, if you wanted, I could at least just kind of do some initial stuff, kind of see if it's working.
She was Miss Honor. She could do great things. She was going to move mountains, and I accepted her at her word.
I think there are all kinds of I have a whole bunch of I have specialized in the ethnography of the sleep. I have this don't have the dystonia created in the one I've had times and I almost could not walk. However, the most disabling thing is by far the without the innovation you can't do anything else. I have never and I still feel in my role in the society for this study. And it's interesting. Better than average at listening. She is able to look at me, drain all of her brain, all of the things that she said are mistakes, and just listen to what I do say. And I was sort of stunning at it.
When I was a child, I came from an unusual family. My mom did work with people with a range of physical disabilities, people with intellectual disabilities who came to the house. My mom had a T-shirt with the slogan, "Labels are for jars, not people." I found disability interesting because of that exposure. And so I got my dad to build me a pair of crutches so I could, pretend to be post-polio or have cerebral palsy or something like that. I'd tie a blindfold on and spend all afternoon.
During her elementary years, I taught her how to write Braille. At her request, I got her a blind pen pal. She was interested in sign language, and I think she may have learned some of that.
I was fascinated by the way in which, it's not really the impairment, it's the environment that creates impairments for people. Growing up, I got that message very powerfully. How in our society, it's like we want everybody to walk through the same size door. And if you don't fit in that door, there's something wrong with you. And that doesn't have to be that way.
Welcome to the 1993 Conference on Facilitated Communication in Syracuse, sponsored by the Facilitated Communication Institute at Syracuse University.
I learned about facilitated communication in December of 1990 at a conference. Rosemary Crossley reported on the work she'd done in Australia.
I had done some work with a girl named Anne MacDonald who had athetoid cerebral palsy, couldn't move her hands, couldn't speak. There was nothing. We had a spelling board, but because she had cerebral palsy, her hands would move so much that she couldn't actually hit a target. I tried what would happen if I supported her under her upper arm. She could then move from the elbow and do better in selecting items. And it turned out that she could spell. She was very smart. We gave her the page turner so that every time she hit a button, the page would turn. And suddenly she could read books.
As soon as I heard their presentation, I knew that's what I needed. This is how to help all these kids who I used to work with.
My mother's one of the first people in the country who started doing training workshops and facilitated communication. When she came back and started using it, she was videotaping everybody, and I ended up being the one who ran the camera. So I was there when she first started using it. I was part of that moment. To see people for the first time be able to type out something, being part of that was, was amazing.
We find that once we open this world for the kids, they are social now, they are appropriate, they do have language, they do understand.
I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Sharice has typed 120 poems, 9 short stories. She talks about everything she feels.
We understood that people knew what it was they wanted to communicate. And we needed to just provide some means to make that possible physically.
When I met Derrick, I'd been told he had cerebral palsy.
All right, guys. I wanted to stop it there for a moment because this is the first right at 30 minutes of it. And within the first part, we have learned all the characters here. We know who Mom is. We know who Anna is. We, of course, know who Derrick is. We know who the brother John is. And we also know, I'm calling it a character, this communicating machine, because it's a big part to the pieces of the puzzle. So now we know who all the people are. We know what their positions are. So we know Mom is the caretaker. We now know that John is the one who reached out to Anna because he was smitten with her work. He heard about her work, he's seen her work, and he liked it. We learned about Derrick, that he seemed to be okay in the beginning. He started having these seizures and then he went downhill. Another big part that I want us to keep in mind is when John was speaking and he said that they never had a reason to believe that, yes, they knew that his brother was disabled, but he had to have a reason to believe that he would not learn how to do things. He spoke on his brother showing interest in reading when he would read the newspaper, when they would go to the barbershop. Like, he knew that there was an interest in learning how to do things. We cannot forget about Miss Anna's family as well. her mom was speaking, and she said that she taught Anna how to read Braille by elementary school. By elementary school, she was reading Braille and signing. This was the work that her mom did, right? And mom had did these studies for years. In fact, they said that mom was the first woman in the country to facilitate this, and Anna was her recorder. So that means she had a lot of firsthand knowledge, and watching her mom work, being the videographer for that, just seeing things. One thing that I picked up on was when mom would talk to him, he would put his fingers in his ears, but nobody never talked about what that was or what that meant. So those were some key points that I wanted to speak on. And I also like when I heard her mom, she said that her mom always said that labels were for jars. Like, don't put labels on people because you'll miss something. You label it one thing when not knowing that they are capable of so much more, or there's so much more inside of them. And I'm just speaking on Derrick. I mean, I liked it when I heard it, that labels were for jars. So
Yes, that stood out to me too. I really like
yeah,
that.
I like that. So I wanted to make sure that we knew who all the characters were, because this is where it's going to change. First I got to get that good stuff out, the boring stuff out the way. So those were key points that I took note to. Is there anything else that you took note to, Andrea, in regards to
Give me 1 second, sis. 1 second.
Okay. But yeah, those were some of the things that I noticed, that I thought we wanted to make sure everybody was up to par on. And like I said, there are some things in this documentary that were not covered in the makers of the documentary. I don't know why they left them out, but I don't want to go into them until you all have finished watching it. We're almost halfway there. And as soon as Andrea finishes her input, we'll go back in and get to the juice, the meat of the thing. Hey, Amber. Thank you for coming in and peeping out the bushes. Let me see here. Make sure I didn't miss no comments. I think everybody was just kind of watching. And yeah, so we know who the brother is. We know that the brother sought Anna out because he was impressed with her work and her studies that he had saw. We know mom is a caretaker. Mom looked like she does a kick-ass job taking care of her son. Like, she owned it. And a lot of times, as caretakers, you just, I got it. This is what my life is now. And hey, let's just do it.
Yes, that was one of my things as well. That I'm sorry, I'm back. That the mom was so awesome. Like, it's such a blessing to see real real parent game, but in this instance, it's mom game. When a child is born with a disability, or if your child end up with a disability throughout life, because a lot of things change. Baby can be born healthy, and then all of a sudden, boom, you're like, where did this come from? So you face those challenges, but it's always awesome to see the parent not reject the child's disability. Because a lot of parents end up with anger, bitterness, and all those stuff, and it shows through the care of the child. So the
When
mom
they
was
say,
so,
hey, this is my reality. When they
yes,
say, hey, this is my reality, and I just got to do what I got to do. So I was very
exactly.
fond for that. I appreciated that
Yes,
input.
yes, she was so rock. I when first starting the movie, I was like, okay, we got one of these situations with a mama that ain't doing what she's supposed to do when it comes to her child. But no,
She was
wasn't the
doing
case. That
She was
mama
doing
wasn't no joke. Yes, and she
Mhm.
loved loved her child regardless of, and the brother, shout out to the brother. Like he was
Very
there
hands on.
from birth. You know what I'm saying? Just awesome, awesome. I love to see it.
He said the only
Daddy
thing
enjoy.
that he rejected about his brother was that he thought it was gonna be a girl. Like that was
Right, that
it.
was it. That was it.
Mhm.
Yes, yes.
He
So
wasn't
yeah, but
ashamed of his brother or anything of that sort. But I want to ask you as well as the chat, what intrigues me a lot was what was it about his brother that he didn't want to accept the reality, that he thought it was something different for his brother, he thought it was something better, and that it was something, some spark or something that went off to make him think that his brother could be better. What has he seen? Like, because he talked about the interest in reading books, journaling, those things. So it makes you wonder, like, how hands-on, like what did Derrick do that made the brother want more for him?
because he saw where the brother was so in tune with stuff. Like like when he said the brother would move his head, or when he was looking over his shoulder every time he would read the the newspaper. So he was like, so he can't talk, but he's very intuitive. He knows what's going on, obviously.
Had an
So
inquisitive mind.
right. So he
Mhm.
said, so maybe he does understand more than what we think.
What
So
we
when
think
he saw that, and that's why when he saw the opportunity, for that device, he jumped on it because he was like, maybe we can get what's in his head out with this particular device.
Now, I'm speaking on the device, and they're going to go more into detail about the device, as you already know. But before that device, that Crossley woman was speaking, and before there was an electronic device, it was just a simple spelling board. It was all that they used to use. And I took note as she explained it because she said the little girl Ruby that she taught, when they came to realize, like, Ruby had her own thoughts, mind, and everything. Somebody just she didn't have good motor skills. So somebody had to kind of like hold her arm up. And once they would hold it up, that took care of the motor skills part. And, she would do the rest. So, as like with anything, as time go on and electronics become involved, they always find a faster way to do other things. So it went from the spelling board to this actual communicator. So we're gonna go ahead and jump back into it because this is where, this is where we start to learn. All right, here we go.
And that was all. He walks, he needs to hold on to somebody's arm, have a little support. He can focus his gaze, but his eyes kind of go off, his head turns. If you're not used to that, we see that as signs of lack of intelligence. I've seen enough people like that in my life to know that that's simply not true. So I don't register things that way. So I had just cut out some pictures from magazines or drawn some pictures. John and Daisy were in the room watching, and I said to Derrick, I'm going to ask you some questions, and I'm not asking them because I don't think you're smart enough or anything. I just want to see what happens when you try to point to something. So I watched, and he would kind of start moving his arm. It would go a little ways, and then he'd have this kind of muscle jerk reaction, which turned out to be very typical. You can see how hard he works to try to have the least little bit of control over his arm, and it's slow. If you've got cerebral palsy, you might be able to get your hand to something you're pointing at, but it might take you a minute. How do you have a conversation like that? So I had started with just a little support on his elbow, and that was it initially. That freed him up enough, and then he could select which picture he wanted. So far, so good.
Then I said, now what I want to do is see where you're at with literacy. So I had cards that just had letters on them, kind of like doing Boggle. So you have A, B, C, and T. You can spell cat, you can spell bat. And when I asked him to spell as many words as he could using these 4 letters, he made a very good showing with that. But it's one thing to reach your whole hand toward a very large target. It's an entirely different thing to get one finger pushing a key. So I had this small, very lightweight portable keyboard with a small LED display called the Neo. I ended up where I was keeping his fingers folded down so that his index finger was isolated. And the first thing I asked him to do was point to the letter H, the letter T, and he started making mistakes. So he mixed up the A and the H, and he mixed up the T and the F and the U and the V. What I realized was that the alphabetical order or letter board that I'd set up were all lowercase letters. And on the Neo is capital letters. And so the difference between the A and the H was one little line across the top of the A, that sort of thing. When he was making those mistakes, I just said, no, you're wrong. I asked for the A, you hit the H, here's the A here. And then I went through some other letters and then I would go back. He didn't make the same mistake twice. So he was a really fast learner. Tell him once, he's got it.
It was like the porch lights went on and I was like, wow, is he doing it? And I felt very excited about it. She said, don't forget, you're traveling with him. You're taking him places. And when you're taking him, he's reading the signs. And, I'm tell me what my sons can do.
I was elated. I always knew that there was something there. And so, in a way, it somewhat confirmed what I'd already knew. In the school that he attended, the Essex County Day Training Program, they had this remarkable things with him. They were able to get him to the point where he can, walk on his own. But there was this question of intellectual capacity. And so to have this revelation that Derrick can do these things, it was just like, wow. I knew it was there, and I'm just happy for him.
To see him do that, I was very excited, And I'll never forget, she asked him, she said, well, who's the president? And he touched Obama. And I was like, wow, he's, this.
So he was progressing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
One day when Derrick came and I just asked him, did you do anything particularly interesting this week? And he typed GM. His spelling was very, very creative in the beginning. And I said, did you play a game? Was there some kind of game? No. Gym. Did you go to the gym? Yes. And then Daisy popped in with, his day program had gone to a health club and he had walked on a treadmill and he'd really enjoyed that. At that point, Daisy had stepped outside the room. And I said, you know what? It's occurring to me that I never actually asked you what you like to be called. Your brother told me your name was Derrick and you came in and I've been calling you Derrick. Tell me, what do you want me to call you? And he typed DMAN. I was looking at that and it didn't look like any name that I recognized. Daisy came back in the room at that point and I said, he typed DMAN. Does that mean anything to you? She said, oh, he had this really great teacher back when he was about 13 years old who used to call him D-Man. That was the teacher who got him out of the wheelchair and got him walking. So I said, is she right? And he said, yes. So I called him Demand from there. That was a really important moment. Being able to tell
people what you want to be called is this important emotional aspect of life that we take away from people when they can't speak. DeMann and I saw each other several hours a week. And over the course of the year, as he speeded up, as his spelling got a little better, it went from a couple word answers to 5-word answers to a whole sentence to a couple sentences. So by the end of a year, we could really have a decent conversation. And he could then be more expressive and more detailed about what he had to say. And that was real progress. That's huge. I didn't really feel like I was getting to know him as a person until he got to that stage.
Somewhat early on, I started seeing Derrick had the intellectual capacity to do high-level work and to put sentences together and do all these different things. I was like, whoa, this is great. She told us because Derrick was hanging around you all for so long and listened to your conversations, and you went to movies and you would watch TV. And so he's absorbing all of these things. And so that's how he built his body of knowledge. And without, going through a peer-reviewed assessment of those assertions, I was like, okay, I buy that. Cool.
One of the things that really bothered him was that he hadn't had the opportunity to get a formal education of any sort. His brother was getting a doctoral degree, so he had watched his brother and the whole process, and he really, really, really wanted to have that also. So there was a course being offered on Saturday mornings at Rutgers Newark. It was an African American literature course, and that looked really interesting to him.
I guess the idea was for Derrick to go to a class, possibly write papers, or at least be able to show the work that may put him in line to then go on and pursue a BA. I was getting towards the end of my PhD program, and so, this kind of thing, Black scholar, my baby brother who's developing, say he was going to be could be a Black scholar. I felt great.
I sat in the class with him and provided communication support for class. We ended up finding him a student who would facilitate DeMann for doing part of the homework. Her name was Sharonda Jones. Sharonda met with him outside of class for several hours a week so he could read the book and then at least take a crack at writing the essay. She had never taken this class. She never read the books. She just provided the support. He wasn't doing 400 level writing, but he was correctly identifying characters and plot elements. He clearly had read the book and understood the book.
From 1619, when 20 of us were sold by a Dutch ship to the English.
One day in class, the professor started it out by showing a film on the entire African diaspora. And DeMann wrote something He wasn't expressing himself as articulately as I knew he was capable of. And I was typing back to him because we were in class. So I typed back, "What if you said it this way? Wouldn't this be better?" And he typed, I know what you're saying, but just read it the way I wrote it. And I said, okay, fair enough. And then we got called on right at that point. I couldn't resist. It was sort of editing slightly as I read, which all it did was make it worse. Screwed up the whole thing. But I got to the end and the discussion went on. He typed, "Never, ever, 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 ever do that again." I can tell Demand mad. This was Demand furious. And I typed back, "I'm so sorry." And he said, "I'm not mad, but don't ever do that again." Because, I did speak for him and that was wrong. Needless to say, I never did it before and I never did it since, but he was pissed.
Part of the privilege of my education has been to embrace self-knowledge and to try my students to do the same, to demand space and time to show who you are. It takes me 3 times as long to say a sentence. I damn well better have something to say. That's what I wanted for her. There a sense of personal health.
About a year after Demand started typing, my mother was organizing this panel with other FC users for the Society for Disability Studies conference, and she asked if he wanted to be part of the panel.
I like to arrange at conferences that people with disabilities can actually do some presenting.
What I had noticed was that in terms of the FC community, Derrick was the only African American. I saw this as a very white space, and in a way, Derrick was a path breaker, a trailblazer, the Jackie Robinson of FC.
The panel was on the Right to Communication Clause in the UN Convention on Disability Rights. But I said to him, don't worry about the official topic of the panel, just write something about the right to communicate or what it means to you to be able to communicate. He wanted to be able to refer to some of the literature. I was getting books for him, Steven Pinker, a neurologist who's written about language being very hardwired. I got him some Piaget. It wasn't much, but it was to give him a taste. So he was reading the books, we were talking about things. What he wrote for the panel was very impressive to me. It was less than a page, but he had a choice of words, a way of phrasing things. It really struck me. I just became more and more aware that, this was a man who was very insightful insightful and very thoughtful. He spent a lot of time sitting around, and he was sitting around thinking, and give him some ideas and something to work with. And he was just digging in and seeing stuff. That is what that's what I like in my friends. That's honestly what I like in men. You know, I'm the kind of nerdy intellectual girl who wants a nerdy intellectual guy. You know, you find you really enjoy talking to them, and, you know, you share tastes, but you also disagree on things, but you learn from it. I mean, we were just having those kinds of experiences. But, you know, I was married. My marriage wasn't terrific, but I wasn't in any way thinking about going outside the relationship. I wasn't shopping around. It was nothing like that. At the time, if you'd asked me, you know, how do you feel about DeMann? It's, you know, he's my friend. I just really, really liked him, and I really, really enjoyed his company, and I was really impressed by him. In March of 2011, I invited DeMann to speak to an undergraduate class where we were talking about disability issues. So students were asking him questions, and somebody asked him about, you know, what his hopes and dreams were, and he talked about going to college and maybe being a writer someday, which was kind of where he was heading. And then somebody else in the class said to him, you know, what about love? What about relationships? Is that something that you hope for? And he typed, I want that more than anything, but that doesn't happen for people with disabilities like mine. And in that moment, I mean, what I wanted to say was, I almost, you know, yeah, you know, you can have that with me. I started thinking about, okay, well, wow, if this is the way I'm feeling, okay, I've got to think about this. And I still didn't want to say anything to him. It's like, well, okay, I've got to figure this out. I mean, I had my husband and my kids. Okay, I'm in love with DeMann. I realize this now, but I'm not going to say anything. I have to sort all of this out. It was awkward. Then I saw him about a week later, and I found myself saying that I help the other people that I do facilitated communication with, because I just believe so strongly that everyone has a right to communication. But I said, I do what I do for you because I love you. And he said, I know, I love you too. And I said, I know. He asked me to kiss him, and I did. And then he said, kiss me again, and I did. And he said, so now what?
As things went along, Derrick started going on the speaking circuit, I guess, going to these conferences and all. And there started to be some tension. They were driving to this event in Suburban Trend somewhere, and my mom was playing gospel music. And Lana goes and turns the station and puts on classical music. Derrick doesn't want to hear this. He wants to hear that.
She had ejected my gospel music. So I hit it and it went back to playing.
Derrick loves gospel. He goes to church. He uses the music. That assumption that he prefers the high culture of classical music and not the low culture of gospel. I mean, it was just too much of a leap.
There were different things. Like one day when we broke for lunch, I was cutting up his chicken and she rolled over to the table and said, "What are you doing giving him meat? He's a vegetarian." I said, "Nobody sent me the friggin' memo."
There was another time she's working with Derrick on the computer. I said something to the effect of, Derrick, just jokingly, "I can't wait till we get home so we can just get a beer and kick back and just relax." And then on the keyboard said something to the effect of, "Well, I don't like beer. I like red wine." And I just thought that to be hella peculiar. Derrick he doesn't even like communion wine.
If you're in a giving care frame of mind, you don't see the person you're supporting as somebody who's in a position to make their own decisions, who has their own ideas about how they want things done. You want to give them some control to develop into a person who has a good sense of themselves.
Come on.
So that part is a hard adjustment for parents or teachers who've been in a "I'm taking care of you" mode.
Turn your feet, turn your body. Now step off. Thank you.
When I would dress him, and she would pick him up, she had these signs that she would do if he wanted yes or no. And she would say, "Do you want to wear your undershirt today?" And then if he hit here, that's no, and that was yes. And then she would, "Oh, he don't want to wear this." And that's when she said, you have to understand, you're treating him like he's a kid, he's a man.
My mom kept telling me, Anna was saying that, she's too mothering, she's smothering Derrick. Derrick doesn't want all of this help from her, that you can't be my mom all the time, and all these different things that it seemed to be breaking my mom down. And then to add to that, this idea that, Derrick now wants to live independently.
The man had wanted to look into a more independent living arrangement, moving out of his mother's house and moving into a supported living situation.
Okay, guys. Had to pause it there. We got about 12 more minutes into this. And what I gathered so far, and everybody may look at it differently. Hi, Danny. Thank you for coming in. But it seems like the more that Derrick was beginning to learn, it to me seems like he was starting to form his own opinions. And mom may have felt a way about that because this is her baby. She's been doing this for him all his life. I dare you come in and say he don't like that shirt because it's what I gave him. So what do y'all think about that, ladies on the panel, as well as in the chat? What do y'all think?
That could be true. That could be true. I just think she was probably, you know how some people, because they, like you said, she's the mom, and she's been doing it all his life, so she knows him better than anybody. She don't care if the person is a professional in what she's doing or whatever. She knows him better than anyone. So who are you to come in and tell anything different? I don't think it really mattered if it was the truth. You know what I'm saying? And I say that because you have some people like that. Like when my daughter was getting the nursing services back in the day, it was this one nurse. And I've been taking care of my daughter since she took sick. So, I'm a nurse, but not with the paperwork,
You don't have, yeah,
Um,
right. I
yeah.
get it, but
So
ain't nobody can tell you about your baby because you've
right,
been
don't
there.
have to tell me. Right. And I
Yeah.
know. And so, but because she went to school, she was the RN. And this particular company that she was from, they had like this little task that was on their paperwork every day that they would have to teach the family members something.
Mm-hmm.
And, she wasn't really teaching me nothing that I didn't know already, And so I would just tell her, I was like, yeah, I know how to do that. She was like, just pretend you don't know, because she would get irritated because I already knew everything she was trying to teach me. Like I
Yeah.
changed my daughter's G2 button. I do all that. I don't take her to the hospital to do that. You know what I'm saying? So
Okay.
she used to get irritated, like, just pretend you know because she was the RN, not me, and then she would always down the LPNs, like, because the LPNs are beneath the RNs,
Right.
right? And
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't like that. But because she felt she was superior, that everybody else, was beneath her, their opinions and
She
everything.
wouldn't want the
So
DSN to treat her that way, She wouldn't want to be done like
exactly,
that. Yeah, so
exactly. But that was her mentality. So I'm kind of on the fence with the mom with that one.
yeah. And this
Yeah.
is what I peeped. The reason what made me gather that is, if you remember, when Derrick started to learn, I think verbatimly, mom said it's like a porch light went off. Like they was excited. He was learning. They were seeing things that they had never seen him do before. Um, at first I was kind of confused about that name D-Man because I was like, did Miss Anna choose that name for him? Like, where did that come from? But see, the second time I watched it, I had missed the part where the man who actually taught him to walk, that was his name. So he liked that name. So that lets me know his memory was well. He has good cognitive skills. Um, they say you show him something one time and he would have it. Like, so I paid attention to that. I think John's words was he was elated. Like they were very happy that he was starting to learn. Mommy says that she will never forget the day that he pointed at a picture and said it was Obama. So it shows that he was capable of learning and he was starting to exceed. But again, what made me think that was I just kind of felt like mommy was like, okay, nah, I'm glad he learning, but now y'all he learned a little bit too much because now you're changing what I do. He don't like my music, talking about red wine, like what's really going on here. So
She
that's
was
what
feeling
made,
left out. She knew that she wasn't going to be needed as much. That's what that was because she
and that
was in
happens.
control. Like
Mhm.
she, yeah, yeah.
When they start to think they're not needed. Now, I don't want to get too far ahead into this last part because this is where the meat is in the last part. But the part where they started just acting like he didn't know anything and he was just completely rehabilitated and that she was choosing his words for him. And my question is, they only talked about this briefly in the documentary, but there was times that he went to school without her and had another facilitator helping him with his words. And they said he was doing well in school. So that stuck out to me. So but I also thought that he absolutely adores his brother John, and he felt left out because John was going to school, getting his education and his degrees, and Derrick said, "Hey, I want that too," because he really did look up to his brother. I believe he really, really, really did look up to his brother. So,
And that
you got any
happens. That
input,
happens.
sister? You want to add? I can't hear you. Can y'all hear her?
I don't hear her.
Put a one in the chat if you all can hear Sissy. No, I don't think nobody can hear you.
Yeah, I can't hear her. So
okay, she dropped down. So while she's dropping down, y'all, we'll go ahead and knock these last couple of minutes out. And y'all, let me just forewarn you. They got a little trigger warning because it's gonna be some graphics in here. They're not lewd, but there is some graphics in here. Okay. You wanted to say something, Sissy? Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and no, she's not on mute. I don't know what's going on. But we're gonna knock these last, I think it's like 10 or 12 minutes, something like that. We'll knock them out and jump in from there.
There was an organization that was able to provide supervised housing for Derrick. Derrick would have individuals looking out for him 24 hours a day. He would take classes. He would get his degree. As my mom was telling me this, I thought, where's this money going to come from for this? Because it's not going to be free. And I just kind of saw that as, all right, you're getting a little too personal here. Now you're looking into Derrick's support, and I just wasn't comfortable with that.
I said, Anna, if he's going to move in a place, he's going to move in the basement where John lived before John got on his own. Derrick is not going anywhere. You need to cut the apron strings. I said, how am I going to cut my apron strings when Derrick cannot walk, talk, or do anything on his own? See, that's where you're wrong. Derrick can do it. You're opening up a whole new world for him.
The ways in which she talked to my mom, you know, not mothering the proper way and saying that Derrick doesn't like this and wants this, or Daisy, you need to let him be a man. It just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. Part of it might just be a level of self-consciousness on my part, because I remember growing up in the late 80s, early 90s, and, you know, when my mom and dad separated and divorced, the idea of single parenthood was resonant. There was all these studies about, you know, children of single parent households just don't do well. And, you know, invariably it was framed around, you know, Black women aren't good parents. You know, there's things that Black women can't teach their sons. And all of that was kind of in my ears. Now, I think it's important to recognize that my mom, prior to all of this, was affiliated with a number of organizations that were headed by women of color who were advocates for people of color with disabilities who otherwise may have been overlooked. For Anna to make certain assumptions about my mom's expertise or her decision-making and those kinds of things, it just has those racial undertones and overtones. It wasn't like, you know, nigga get in the back of the bus kind of racism. It wasn't that, but it was more like making assumptions based on the idea that some people might be inherently deficient. Anna was just ignoring the past 30 some odd years and everything that my mom has done to get us to this point, right? And so I had it in my mind, we're going to have a long conversation. We are going to have to like really set some hard, fast rules, or we may have to just kind of begin to draw things down.
DeMann and I had debated on several occasions whether we wanted to say anything to Daisy and John about the change in our relationship. We knew we were going to tell them eventually. So it was more just, we were enjoying that kind of initial beginning of a romance. It's very private and it's very intimate and it's just the two of you. And it changes when you start sharing with family. But we had started figuring out ways that we could, you know, try to spend time together. And it was a Sunday. DeMann and I had made plans to go to a film festival in New York where there was a film being shown called Wretches and Jabberers, which was about FC users. Daisy wanted to go to church that morning, and in thinking about locations and stuff for eventual romantic rendezvous, we definitely didn't want to use, his mother's house. But, here we are at the house and she's not there. And it's difficult for him to kiss. So we wanted to practice. Like anything else, it was a physical challenge for him. I could tell that he's very tense. And every time he tried to sit back, he would kind of pop up again. And I said, talk to me. Obviously this is not working for you. What's going on? And he typed, I really, really love being with you and I want to be doing this, but I'm just really overwhelmed right now. I need a minute. And I said, fine, take all the time you need, of course. So he scooted himself down the hallway and I got a glass of water. I was just giving him some time. And I said to him, look, you're the one where this is all a brand new thing for you. You've got to call the shots. You've got to, I don't want to do anything that makes you uncomfortable. I don't want to push anything faster. I don't know what's going to work for your body and what isn't. So you tell me. I was figuring at that point that the moment had passed and that was all right. And he typed, may I touch your breasts? And I was like, wow, okay, I didn't know where that was, that wasn't what I was expecting. Okay. And then he typed, take your shirt off all the way. I was like, okay. So I did that. And then he said, take the rest of your clothes off. And okay, so I did. And then he said, I've dreamed about this. It seemed to me that what he was doing was taking control of the situation. He was really ordering me around and, but that was kind of cool because I wasn't necessarily anticipating that element of the relationship. He said, I long to hold you the way that men do. I said to him, look, I feel held. He said, do you think that it would even be possible with my cerebral palsy for us to make love? And I said, I have no idea, but there's only one way to find out. We had this meeting scheduled for Memorial Day for Demand to talk to Daisy and John about the independent living counselor. And Demand brought up, or I brought up, I don't even remember, should we also use this opportunity to tell them about the change in our relationship? But I said to him, look, if Daisy and John did get upset about this and chose to separate us, technically that's a violation of your rights, but it would be very hard to challenge them on that. He said to me, they would never do that to me. They love me too much.
We all sit down and there just seemed to be this awkwardness about it. If we're going to talk about business, let's talk business. But she looked at Derrick and said, do you want me to tell them? And so, tell us what? And then she grabs Derrick's hand and on the keyboard comes up, we are in love.
So he typed, Anna and I are in love and, we have a physical relationship. I think John said something about, use protection and Demand said yes. And
she said, yes, we have made love. And I was like, what? Yes, we've made love. He's a man in every sense of the word. And what I did, I sat on my hands. And I said, you did what?
they asked me about where things were at with my husband. And, I told them I really did want to be with Demand permanently to marry him, that I hadn't talked to my husband yet, but that I was going to very soon. And there was a moment as part of the conversation where he asked me to kiss him. I found that a little awkward. Like, I didn't really want to in that moment, just like, but he insisted, so I did.
I tried to be civil. John had gone somewhere, and I think he went down and threw up.
I was shocked. I didn't really know what to make of it at the time, but I felt myself getting so angry and rage-filled that I left. I went downstairs. I paced the floor a bunch of times. I looked at the cracks in the wall. I remember I had to let my anger subside.
I said goodbye to Demand, and Daisy was there, and she came and gave me a big hug and said, we'll get through this. We'll figure this out. I was heading out the door and just saying goodbye to Demand. I said to him, good call, love, it was a good choice to tell them. And then I left, and, I was feeling fine. John called me the next morning, about 10 o'clock in the morning, and I think I knew something was going to be wrong when I saw he was calling. He said, Daisy and I don't want you to see Demand until you and she and I have a chance to sit down and talk. We sort of scheduled a meeting, then she pulled out, then John or Daisy got back to me and said, we just don't want to meet. That was when then I started calling Daisy.
Hey Daisy, it's Anna. Calling to find out if things are going to work out. I'm hoping for us to get together tomorrow.
She would talk to me on the phone. I would kind of address her concerns and talk about things.
Daisy, this is Anna. I've been thinking about concerns that you raised the last time that we talked. And I'll put in writing with my finger and sign with blood that I will commit to a specific time when I will leave my husband and I will make a permanent life and home with Demand. Okay?
And then she stopped returning my calls.
She left this message, I will sign my name in blood so I can be with Derrick. And at that point I was just like, oh, this is off the chain. Something's wrong here. At that point, I guess the academic side of me just started focusing in on facilitated communication. I had a number of questions. I had a number of red flags. One of the things that happened with the facilitated communication was that part of the sessions were for us, my mom and I, to also practice with him. And so I would be there with him and, a sentence will come out. All right, John, you try. And so I would try to, and I would get nothing. Eventually he would apply pressure. I may get 2 words, but it wouldn't make sense. And then when my mama tried, nothing would happen.
You see all these marks on my arm? That was Derrick's facilitating. He would grab me and pull my hand, take my hand away from his.
The coaching for Anna was, you have to keep trying, you have to keep practicing, you have to anticipate what he's going to say. That was one of those That's when I guess my own doubts started to creep in. And that's when I started looking for the video that I initially saw in the classroom to see what in the world am I doing wrong? And that's when I stumbled upon the Frontline documentary on FC.
Some people had their doubts about facilitated communication. Dr. Howard Shane has devoted his life to helping disabled, nonverbal people to communicate.
Must be Dr. Shane. How are you? Nice to meet you.
In 1990, I got a call from a prosecutor in Western Massachusetts because someone was being facilitated. And while being facilitated, he mentioned that his aide in his group residence was sexually abusing him. And the prosecutor wanted to be sure that this individual was actually independently communicating. When you have somebody hold your hand, it obviously brings up the question every time, well, are they being influenced? How can you be sure that these individuals are actually, independently communicating, or they aren't being facilitated and really being influenced? I went on to design a protocol that would enable me to determine who was authoring the message.
Okay, folks, what I'm going to be doing now...
Shane had devised a double-blind test like this. He showed both a series of pictures and asked them to type what they saw.
Betsy, I'm sure you're looking at it.
When both Betsy and her facilitators saw a picture of a key, the letters K-E-Y were typed. But Shane wanted to discover what happened if each saw a different picture.
Okay.
When Betsy saw a cup, she didn't type cup, she typed hat, what the facilitator saw.
I'll take a look at this one. Okay.
When Betsy was shown a picture of a dog, she didn't type dog, but sneakers, what the facilitator saw.
Okay, here's the next one.
Later work that I did and others have done seems to indicate that facilitators were doing this, thinking that they were giving people the ability to be able to communicate. I don't think that they're intentionally trying to create a false message. They believe that this is coming from the person who's being facilitated.
The scientific evidence suggested that far from unlocking the minds of autistic individuals, FC tapped the unconscious thoughts of the facilitator.
I just remember thinking at the time, Derrick was writing those papers. What I found interesting in hindsight is that a lot of it revolved around this idea of, now I have a voice. Now I can speak and talk. And whereas I was trapped, now I have this freedom. And a lot of it revolved around things that just, in my estimation, were not about Derrick. And so to me, it was just like, this whole FC thing is bogus.
I never got any vibe off of John or Daisy that they didn't 100% believe that what Demand said was Demand's words. I had been careful in the beginning to make sure that I wasn't influencing him. But there were so many situations that he was telling me information I didn't know. And in the beginning, I was checking it to make sure that I wasn't influencing. And the fact that we had arguments and disagreements and so on and so forth. I mean, he very clearly had his own mind. He more than proved himself. The homework assignments that Demand had typed with Sharonda and she hadn't read the books. I mean, had John come and talked to me, I had all of this proof that I could have shared with him to reassure him.
I have seen the communication absolutely work. I can't say it is universally applicable. But who can? For instance,
correct me if I'm wrong. Facilitated communication, the individual, what he does is that he points to the letters or types them with the assistance of someone else.
Yeah, the key there is to want to make sure that the facilitator, the person holding the hand, is not unintentionally trying to spell things out themselves or guessing or assuming what it is the person is saying.
So it's safe to say that it's a thin line. I mean, it's hard to say. Okay.
At the time, we weren't trying to pursue any kind of legal thing. We just wanted to leave us alone. But then one day, the director of Derrick's day program got an email from Anna. And the gist of it was, Daisy and John have not allowed me to see Derrick, but Daisy and John don't know what's in Derrick's best interest, but we as people who work with people with disabilities do. And at that point, I saw, well, you know what, if she's going to go to these lengths to try to get to Derrick behind our back, there's no telling what she may do. And I need to take steps necessary to put an end to this. And so I made an appointment to meet with the dean. I remember going into her office and I started to tell her what was going on. She kind of froze and was like, took a deep breath and was somewhat in disbelief. I don't think I had taken the opportunity to kind of let myself release this emotion. I was just sat in that office and I don't think I ever cried in front of a white woman before, but I just broke down. And she basically said to me in so many words, John, make sure you get a lawyer.
Hello?
Hello, Anna?
Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
What's up?
I want to talk to you about Derrick. There's been some things that's been bothering me about our last conversation.
I got a phone call one day from Daisy, and she said,
he has not been acting himself, and I think he misses you.
Sure as hell miss him.
She said, he's been biting his hand a lot more. He's really unhappy. So she said, I'm just trying to understand what happened between the two of you.
He's been mouthing his hands and doing all sorts of things. So, I need to know how many times you all made love, Alma. I really, because I'm thinking about what's really going on with Derrick and how he's feeling.
To me, it sounded like, oh, maybe this is an opening. Maybe they're seeing he's unhappy and they're reconsidering. And so I was happy to answer her questions.
In terms of actually making love, there were 2 Sundays that we were able to be together like that.
So what did you do? Please clear this up in my head for me.
Well, my office has enough floor space, and I brought in an exercise mat and the beach towel, and we were able to make things work.
Again, that feels kind of weird to talk about with your lover's mother, but, whatever. If it kept the conversation going and if she was listening.
He is the most important person in my life. I'm the most important person in his life. We're so happy when we're together. I'm lucky if I get through 20 minutes of any day without thinking about him. If I did things like bite my hands, I'd be biting my hands right now too.
I found out later that phone call had been set up by the police and they had coached her on what to say and it was being recorded.
The date is August 22nd, 2011. This is regarding Special Victims Unit case number S11-0141. The target of the investigation is a one Marjorie Ann Stubblefield. The consenting party is a one Daisy P. Johnson. The crimes investigated are crimes of the sexual assault nature.
It was a Monday and I was teaching class in the afternoon. So I pulled into the parking lot and I was approached by 2 people in plain clothes. And they said, we're with the Essex County Prosecutor's Office and we need to ask you some questions. And the only thing I could think of was something about a student. I'm wondering what's going on. And then they said, do you know somebody named Derrick Johnson? I was like, okay, and that was, or it's starting to penetrate that, wow, okay, this is. So then I had to make a decision on the spot about how much do I say? But I figured, you know what, I didn't do anything wrong. I talked to them for about 2 hours, and I told them the whole story. You know, that we were in love and all of that stuff. I just didn't actually say the words, you know, we consummated the relationship. They drove me back to the parking lot at Rutgers, and there was a person I didn't know who identified himself as a representative of the dean's office. He handed me a letter, and the letter informed me that as of this moment, I was suspended from my teaching duties at Rutgers. I was not allowed on campus.
Can't hear you, sissy. Can you hear me?
Can't hear you, Miss White. I can hear you. I'm chosen.
Yeah, I can hear you too.
Okay, I was muted. I'm sorry. I was saying, now here we are. She now has been recorded. Mom did the whole okie doke on her, got her recorded. She went with the authorities and she told the truth. Like, she didn't lie about anything. So it made me wonder, like, why didn't she lie? I could only think that she really didn't think she did nothing wrong. Because we know now he's 30 years old. She feel like he has consented with her. And I think that this lady really don't think she did nothing wrong.
She
What
does.
y'all think?
She said it.
And she still says it to this day. Like, to this day, she still says.
Yeah, she said it in the car, but that's why she talked to the those people that she got in the car with, because she felt she did absolutely nothing wrong.
Yeah, she's like, I ain't did nothing wrong.
Right.
And if you read the affidavit, he was 30 years old. Now, if you read in that highlighted part, I don't know if y'all can see that, is the last part, the last paragraph, but in between the two highlights, it starts and says, a 30-year-old male with severe mental retardation. I didn't like that part. Let
me say something to that. Let me say something to that.
Mm-hmm.
This is, and you know, with modern day technology and stuff nowadays, if you think about it, back in our time,
we would have called him that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I grew up using, that terminology.
Yeah.
But now we say we have more, I guess.
It's so many more words now. Yeah. But whether we use the right terminology or not, I don't look at him as being having no retardation to his mentalities, because we now see that he can learn. He definitely behind. I don't think that should have been taken advantage of at all. They see the difference in him. I didn't like that. He does have a deficit. He is disabled, but he's not mentally incapable. He is physically incapable, I believe. Even just having to say you had to practice how to kiss, so it wasn't a natural thing for him, right?
Right.
So
my whole thing was like looking at his physical appearance. Like I said before, we showed the film to women. You talked about it before we showed it today. Like I mean, for her, the woman, to tell me that you're like you, for me, like something has to gravitate me towards you, you know, like, okay, you're decent looking. So I'm either going to be attracted to you between the energy that comes between a woman and a man. Because like you don't have to be like what's his name, like Morris Chestnut, you know what I mean? Like you can be a Biggie Small, right? It's the energy that you share. And let's be clear, Biggie Smalls was not an attractive man, but he still had women and kids, you know. So something about him these women were attracted to.
Money.
Yeah, money. It could have been his swag. It could have been what he put in their ear, you know, the sweet talk. What was D-Man capable of doing? He ain't got no game. He couldn't sweet talk her. He didn't
Well,
have
hold on.
any
Let me help you because I know where you're going. You're just saying, like you said, what physical attributes did this man have that would even want her to get close enough to see what that was about, right? And one thing that I've learned is it already takes a special kind of people to even begin to do this type of work. Anybody dealing with the intensely severely disabled, those are special people already, right? And they don't look at people like we look at them. I've experienced like firsthand, like I remember when Journey came home from the hospital, she was a NICU baby and all of that. And they was having to teach me how to bathe her and all of that. And I was all so fragile. And that nurse came in there like, bam, 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 bam. She's no different than nobody else, and just washed her up like she was a normal, grabbed those wires, like just did it like it was nothing. So I'm saying like these are special people to even take on the job, and they don't look at them no differently. And I kind of get what she was trying to say. Like when she told her mama cut the apron strings because he's a man, because she looked at him just as that. Like she didn't see the disabled. She saw the man. And now when you have talked about this, and I was wondering, like, did she begin to fall in love with him by feeling sorry for him because she thought that mom and them was holding him in captivity, keeping him back to stop him from growing and learning? Because they say it's somebody for everybody. So do we have to say that except for them? What do you think, Andrea? Didn't she come up?
Yeah, she was. See if she backstage because she asked for the link. I see the link in the chat though, but I don't see her.
She came up, but maybe she got kicked back down again. So, yeah, I've looked at this thing upside down and around. But I do know, I understand exactly what you're saying, but I do know, like, they don't look at them like they don't see the disability, they see the person. That lady that has the deficit with the big hair, that the words don't come out well. I can't remember what disability is called, but she's on the new Subway commercial dancing.
Yeah.
And,
I'm sorry, y'all. My niece kept calling me, so she kept.
Oh, it's okay. Sister was saying, like, what was it about him that even made her feel physically attracted to him? And I was saying that one thing I know about people who help the disabled, in any retrospect, they don't look at them as disabled. They see the person, not the disability.
Right, exactly. Yep.
I understand them seeing a person, but I mean, I know there's different brackets of women. Like I said, I was in my 30s before I realized that women cheat first sometimes. But like, there's a percentage of us that we are not going to get sexually aroused unless we feel something mentally first. So, or mentally or spiritually. So what could he have poured into her if we're not going to go with the physical part? Because we know women will sleep with men on the physical aspect. But then there's women that you have to stimulate me mentally and spiritually before I always get aroused by you. I don't care how fine you are, but so if he can barely like communicate and she's guiding his hand, to type things out. He's saying that he likes red wine, but the brother is like, well, so who's communicating these emotions for real, for real? I just have so many questions. Like, girl, like his teeth are protruding out of his mouth and he wanted to practice kissing. And she's like cool with it, but I see what you're saying, that they don't see people in the same, like, like how we view them. But I don't have any less compassion for him. I see him as a human being, but I'm not going to ever be attracted to him, because what is he going to tell me? Like, what can he communicate to me to make me drawn to him other than me being a support system to him?
I thought she got mentally attracted to him first, just watching him grow.
She did.
Saying like, he can do this stuff, and was impressed by his progress. Yeah, because listen, that's why I struggle with this mental retardation piece of it, because in the beginning, they talked about his deficits, what he couldn't do. She came into the picture. They used these words, elated, light bulbs went off. They were happy. They saw him differently now. Now, you got to remember, we've all seen this. And as soon as the police get involved, they revert back to this man that can't do nothing for himself.
Okay, what I wanted to speak on before my niece had called about that. We know, like I said, back in our day, before now, with this autism spectrum now, I had a couple of family members that was diagnosed with that same disability, retardation, right? Because that was all they knew to call it.
They called everybody that, no matter what it was.
Yeah, they called everybody that. So they didn't have any other, titles or labels. So, but now that we're more aware about the spectrum of autism, to me, that is what my family members had. Because they had the ability to learn. One of them was very smart. They just had a certain part of them that showed their disability, that they had a disability. But you look at Tony Braxton, what's the other, Holly Robinson, with their sons, with the level of autism, they were told the same thing. Oh, they would never be able to do this. They would never, be able to do this in life. But with the right help in the teaching, her son done graduated from college. You can look at him and can't tell that something is wrong with them. So I think a lot of those things, if you put time into it and you teach them, they can be just as productive as the next person. You know what I'm saying? So maybe, and in the part of that movie, when the mom felt in the beginning, oh yeah, he's able to do this, because he was able to do that. She said in the beginning,
they didn't know how to do it.
Exactly. Yeah. So, and she also said that she got attracted to him because of how she realized how intelligent he was. She was holding his arm up because he couldn't pull it up, but he was able to type out his own sentences or words or whatever.
He didn't have the motor skills to hold the hand properly. Yeah.
So I think she did fall in love with him on a mental
from the inside out instead of the outside in.
Yes. Yes.
I was confused on the part where at the end the doctor had those cards and showing like the bicycle, the key and the cup, like comparing D-Man to that scenario. Like, what are they trying to say? Like, how does, like, I didn't get that part. Is that what was allowed in a court that allowed her to get the reducing?
Yes.
They're trying to say he was incompetent.
They said he was incompetent.
I disagree with that.
Gotcha. And my thing on that one was, is, I'm going to tell you something funny. When my daughter goes to the doctor, right? And I told she's very aware. Sade would do stuff like it kind of reminds me back when you tell your little kid, you know, that knows how to dance or perform or something, you'll say, do that for grandmama, or do that for uncle such and such, and they'll be like, you know, you be like, now they done just made me look like a fool, because I know they know how to do this, you know what I'm saying?
I know they can do
So,
it.
yes. So when I would take her to the doctor sometime and she didn't want to be bothered, guess what she would do? Play
Not
like she
do it.
sleep.
And so
No,
I
she would
thought
play
about
like she
that
sleep.
too.
She would play
You
like
know
she
what,
sleep.
Grandpa, we not as far in the show done as I thought we were, but you know, they started saying he was biting himself and all of this. Now I think that was a lie she told to get Anna to communicate with her. But what if he was doing that because he was angry? Like, what if he was just shutting down because they took what he loved away?
They took exactly. Yep.
Because you got the family themselves saying that he showed all these great improvements, right?
Yes, yes.
Nobody touched on the fact that he had this other young lady who went to school with him. She wasn't in love with him, and he was doing his work. You know? So again, I'm not saying she was right or wrong to have intercourse with him. What I'm talking about is, why did y'all have to manipulate the situation to get a conviction? Like, that's the part. You know, why didn't you let your yeses be yes and your no's be no, and then decide? Because you remember, they got all of her stuff thrown out. Every bit of proof she had, they would not accept it in the courts.
Right, right.
So that's how she got convicted. I just don't think that part was right. We're gonna let them see what happened in the courtroom, and then let them decide from there. But I just didn't think that part was right, because if you know your son to be what you say he is, why do we have to have all the theatrics? Because one thing that happens in a court of law, a DA know how to win a case. It's how you present your case. Let's say you got somebody who specializes in A, right? We're gonna say somebody specializes in apples, right? You got another specialist who only specializes in oranges, but he think apples are dumb. And the one who specializes in apples, he think that oranges are dumb. But you go to court and you try to prove oranges, you're not going to get no therapist who only practice in apples. You want that therapist that's going to say, no, oranges is it and apples are dumb. And that's who you're going to bring to court with you.
Right,
You know
right.
what I'm saying? This man really didn't believe in it anyway. So that's who they use to plead their case.
Did she even have an attorney?
Yeah. Listen, what I found out in my follow-up reading about this, I don't want to tell everything, but one thing that I found out in my reading about this, like, she kind of knew she was going to prison, because she was not gonna lie. She was just gonna tell the truth. That's why you see her hair was cut. She went on and cut her hair. She started taking classes to learn how to fight. Like, she started preparing herself, because this is what she really believed in. They didn't show that documentary, so I was like, oh,
because she knew what really happened. You know what I'm saying? So that's the part that we might be blind to, on what he really knew. You know,
I think they knew too. I think mom didn't like the fact that she was changing her baby's thought process towards her. Like, you taking my authority away, ma'am.
Right.
I mean, so Andrew, you're very close to that situation.
Right.
Put yourself in that shoes. If you've been doing all you do for your baby, and all of a sudden somebody come in, this male therapist, and tell you, oh, you know, Ladybug, she's ready for me, you know. You're gonna be like, Negro, if you don't, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because as a mother, you don't want to see that.
And maybe Anna was too bold in what she was saying, you know.
Yeah,
because
you
I didn't see
when
people
it comes to your baby.
Just tell the mama cut the apron strings. I would have been like, hold up now, because, you know, sometimes it's not what you say, but it's how you say it, you know.
Right.
And you come in here telling a black mama cut the apron strings, she like, hold up. You turn my gospel music off? Like, what are you doing to my baby?
You see, she had to sit on them hands in that one time.
You see what I said? Like
Yeah.
she just
Keep on slapping her. I thought the same thing. Yeah.
If she put her lips together, she'd be like,
now what now?
She put her lips together, she do that mom. You know when we get, if you don't get
Exactly.
The mom, honey, you be mumbling them words out, ain't nothing coming out, but you know exactly what they mean.
Yep. And you know, with those type of with people with those disabilities, they still have the sense of arousal. You know, that's why a lot of the people put their kids on medication, especially boys. Boys really have the urge, and you have to put them on medication to tame
take
the
it
urge.
away.
Yes.
Yeah. Because I thought that too. I told sis, I said, now how we gonna say? Because I know something done rose up a couple of times when mama put them in the shower.
Right. And they becoming well endowed too, baby.
They do.
I don't know
They
what
do
it
be.
is. I don't know what it is, but them boys be whoo.
Because listen, they said that she said that they've only had sex twice. And for her to still believe, to not want to give up, I don't think it was so much of a lust thing because you've only slept with him twice. You know what I'm saying? And for you to not say this is my little sneaky link on the other side, but like you're saying, you love him, let him be a man, let him grow, let him choose what he wants, and you know, so. But let's jump back in. Did we miss any comment?
Yeah, Robin, I think it was. Oh no, I answered it. She said we telling the ending.
Say that again. I missed what you said.
Oh, I was just saying, Robin
I'm sorry,
said
I was
we
trying to
telling
read the
the
comment.
end.
He said you still have to be a professional as a teacher, right? I'm back, y'all. I was confused on that part too. What part were you confused on, Robin? And then
She said she was confused
truthfully,
on
it's tell them.
Go ahead, sister.
Oh no, I ain't telling. I'm gonna let y'all.
Yeah,
I had to get it. Oh, I was saying that I was.
So they'll
Oh,
get they
yeah.
shift up.
Going to be her husband. So let me go back and let them see. Ooh, I think she's already talked about writing something in blood. So yeah, what I got going on here.
Yes, True Slayer, that's the title.
Here we go.
And while I was there, they had gone to my house with a search warrant. My now ex-husband was there, so he's found out that I'm under investigation.
This is Detective Christine Mikowski of the Essex County Prosecutor's Office. I am interviewing Ms. Sharonda Jones. Ms. Jones, did there ever come a time that you got involved with Anna Stubblefield?
Yes. My professor suggested her because I work with children with mental and behavioral disorders. So she figured that it would probably be a good connection because she talked about working with facilitated communication.
Can you tell me a little bit about the facilitated communication? What kind of process is that?
It's pretty much me being an arm for the man. I would hold his arm up while he would type out whatever thoughts that he had on a communication board. He pretty much read the books. I didn't know any information about the book. I can't tell you what he read, and he typed out the information. One of my roommates was in the class with him, and they pretty much wrote some of the same things.
Today we're conducting an interview with Miss Karen Moore. And what do you do at the university?
I teach African American literature.
And how do you know Miss Stubblefield?
Well, she wrote to me. He was not in my class last semester, so it must have been 2010.
And when you say he, that's Derrick Johnson?
I only knew him as D-Man. I did not know that was his name.
And Anna would assist with?
Well, you know what that situation is. They say that, you know, the students are saying what they want to say while she's guiding the hand, so.
Did he participate in the class?
He did. He, I guess, would. I don't know that I really believe that actually happens, but. So she would, you know, write whatever it was that he wanted to say. She'd raise her hand and she'd read it.
He would never have verbalized anything.
As far as I know, he can't talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got a call from my assistant saying that the Special Victims Unit in New Jersey was calling. Asked me if I would be willing to provide some assistance as an expert. As it was described to me, I'd never encountered any case that mirrored these particular circumstances. I had never seen anything like it. In this case, the question to me was, could you evaluate Derrick to understand his best level of communication? From everything that I read, there was a consistency to the extent of his disability. But I went in with an open mind. I met him when he was brought to the prosecutor's office. He was accompanied by his brother and his mother. I already knew that he had no speech. So I proceeded to introduce different types of materials for him to indicate pictures, photographs, which are very realistic. It was difficult for him. You know, I really didn't get very much from that. He was able to pick up some objects, but not when I said, you know, pick up the spoon or pick up the cup. I did an interview of his mother based on everything that she had observed, and she certainly was a very good observer. I found that he was, you know, functioning at a pretty low level. His way of telling you that he wanted something to eat was he would scoot over to the refrigerator and tap on the refrigerator. That's very functional. But to move from that to pointing to a picture of the refrigerator, that's a greater level of abstraction. And in all the years he had been in these different programs, he had never moved from the physical to that type of communication. I spent 2 or 3 hours with him. He spent a lot of time just moving around the room. He liked coat hangers. So if he saw a coat hanger, he would go over and he recognized that. He liked to slap him on the floor. So I just basically reported what I found. I made a determination that what I was observing was consistent with what the medical record had indicated for, you know, over 20 years of his life. There was no one in the 20 years who saw some sparkling of, you know, something different.
Like a call. That it's I'm like, what? So I'm so and I'm attending the trial. This case is about the thing. Communication, release, and about sex. And those friends and God money on the personal level. It's about control and it's about guilt.
I was actually looking forward to the trial as finally this nightmare is going to be over. I knew she was not guilty of anything.
I'm not guilty of what they were accusing me of. If the accusation is I have some weird perversion that makes me want to molest helpless, intellectually impaired people, that's simply not the case. This whole thing is framed in terms of consent and his ability to consent because I'm the one who's accused of assault. It's all as if it was all coming from me, which is really not fair to him because he seduced me and he deserves some credit for that. Here's this guy who's so physically impaired and he got me to fall in love with him and with his words. The judge kept taking things away in terms of evidence. I knew that DeMann was the author of what he typed. I wasn't influencing him. But at the end of the day, I didn't have anything except my word for that. There was a morning, the prosecutor said, we're going to bring DeMann into the courtroom. It was Daisy who walked him in.
I had to say who he was. And, you know, I was his mother. And the fact that he could not walk by himself independently, I just walked him in front of the judge and then around by the jury stand.
It was horrifying to me that a human being had been basically made an exhibit. I know with DeMann there are ways of walking with him in which he looks less handicapped, and his mother walked him in a way that made him look as handicapped and incapable as one could possibly manage.
She turned around again and she turned, always putting her body in between him and me, and walked him out.
I think that some jurors, the trial is over once the side created through him. And I think that if everyone in the room of women will protect them. But that Anna was dead and they know all it just failure for having other Derrick was inconceivable.
What we didn't have on the jury was anyone with significant physical disabilities or that understanding of a disability rights perspective on the whole case. At the end of the day, it was just be myself and tell my story, and hopefully the jury would see that guy over there is this wonderful, intelligent man who I was in love with. I wouldn't have fallen in love with him if he was somebody that wasn't capable of consent. I wouldn't have fallen in love with him if he wasn't interested in reading books and talking about ideas. If somebody has an interesting, engaging mind and a good heart and a beautiful soul, it shows through, and you love the person, and so you love being close to them, and you love the body that they're in because that's the body that they have.
Was there any moment, either during your time with Derrick or during the trial or now, where you had doubts about what might have occurred between you two?
Never.
Her attorney came and he was making me to be the villain. And he said, well, how do you feel about her being his lover? I said, no. I said, she's not his lover. This whore done laid down, raped my son, and I had to compose myself because that's my son. Days and nights I walked through hospital corridors, not knowing what was wrong with my son, not knowing his medical condition, him having seizures. And for that moment, I almost lost it. I did. I really did. Because who does that? Who does that? And then go criticize me. Make me look like I'm nobody. I don't understand. Who does that?
I don't think that Anna Stubblefield truly recognized how she devalued my brother and also devalued my family. It's one thing to hear Anna Stubblefield say, Derrick and I love each other, just like, but as the details of what actually transpired unfold, that she was in her office, she had this mat on the floor. And then you recall that moment or that day where I was changing Derrick's diaper and I saw these abrasions on his back. Strawberries, like somebody's dragging you across the floor. And we couldn't figure out where the heck these things came from. We called the school. Did Derrick fall down? Did something happen at the school? Did somebody hit my brother? They're like, no, nothing happened. We don't know. Prosecutor's trying to figure out what happened. And the story comes out, oh, something happened in the office. And I mean, this woman, 140, 150 pounds. I don't know how much she weighed, but she's much heavier than him. Derrick is slight. He's 5'3", 5'4". And she was exerting so much force on him that his back was being drug across this mat and it was leaving scars. That woman did not give a damn about my brother.
I didn't think I was going to be convicted, but I wear contacts. And that morning when the jury came back, I did put my glasses in my purse. It was my one little concession to, if I ended up in prison, I needed my glasses.
I think by the time the verdict actually came, I was expecting it.
When the jury read the conviction, I started saying out loud to the judge, just, please let me take care of my daughter. Just please let me take care of my daughter.
And let that's her. Could she have played her role better? Sure. But I think whatever went on in private, she absolutely believed what she said.
Never doubted her. No, not for an instant. I mean, I watched her interact with people her whole life, and she is as compassionate a person as I've ever known. And there's no way, she's never harmed anybody. And there's certainly no way she would have harmed a man.
Do you think she believed that he was typing?
Yeah, in her wicked mind. In her wicked mind.
State versus Marjorie Anna Stubblefield, indictment number 13-1-44. We are here today for the sentencing of Marjorie Anna Stubblefield. Is there anyone that'd like to speak on behalf of the state?
Yes, Your Honor. The victim's brother, John Johnson, would like to address the court. His mother would like to approach and stand with him while he addresses the court.
That's fine.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
34 years ago, doctors said my brother would not live to see his third birthday. Those doctors and the devil are liars. My brother since then has grown to become a loving person. He is a beautiful brother and he is a beautiful son. I don't think Anna understood the depth of pain she caused my family. She tried to lay claim to him and rename him. She tried to supplant Derrick's life, a life steeped in the history and culture of his God-fearing, Southern-rooted African-American family. She tried to supplant that with some version of life she thought was better. We need to disenchant ourselves from the notion that Anna Stubblefield is some tragic shero. Anna is not Sandra Bullock, and this is not The Blind Side. Derrick is not some poor Black kid from the ghetto that needs someone to save him. An able-bodied woman raped a disabled young man that could not consent to sex. You were wrong, Anna. You committed a crime. There is no gray area. In closing, thank Your Honor for helping bring this ordeal to a close.
I have read and received letters from the former husband of the defendant who wrote a very compelling impact statement. I believe that Anna is a pathological liar and narcissist. She will stop at nothing to fool the court and seek vindication regardless of the emotional and financial expense to her family or the primary victim's family. Clearly, I am distraught, but this and the impact on my immediate family, I leave it to the wisdom of the court to determine a just sentence. Ms. Stubblefield, please stand. As to count 1, first-degree aggravated sexual assault where the victim was physically helpless or mentally incapacitated, I sentence you to 12 years in New Jersey State Prison. As to count 2, I sentence you to 12 years New Jersey State Prison, concurrent with count 1. After you are released from prison, you are placed on parole supervision for life.
I never thought that she was a predator. She truly believed that what she was doing was in Derrick's best interest. She thought that he deserves the opportunity to have a life outside of, living with his mother. But I think that given what I observed and what I learned from his record, I think that it would have been a false life with Anna. I think that she was a unfortunate victim of methodology that's very problematic. However she interpreted what was going on, whether she actually had those conversations with him, I don't know. But she, from my perspective, she was having conversations with herself. I don't know where to even go with that.
When I first came out of prison, I managed to pick up a waitressing job. And then there was some publicity around when I did the plea bargain and I was sentenced and one of their customers complained. And so they let me go. So I was doing that kind of thing for the first year. And then I do have, what's now kind of part-time work. I'm working at home. Nobody knows me. And so, that's okay, but it's not teaching. That was my whole identity. That was everything. I don't know what Demand's life is like now. As far as his mother and brother, I think they had to really decide that he wasn't intelligent and he wasn't typing and it was all a fraud and a hoax. A friend of mine who is somebody else who uses facilitated communication who knew Demand and was friends with Demand. And he said, look, if I was Demand, I would rather have, had the relationship with you and lost it than never to have had it in the first place. So I hope that he's right, but.
People don't think that there was damage done. Yes, it was. And it's still going on. I had to put him on medication because he masturbates. He has this urge, and it's like an itch that he can't scratch. And it's hard enough to give him a life without him going through that. And she did that. Because if you don't ever strike that match or do whatever, how will you ever know?
Showing all your muscles, huh? You good? Ready to eat?
One of the tough things about this whole process is that there was this idea that, oh, he can do all these wonderful things. And then to have to, looking at everything that was taking place, then say, but he can't. And in a sense, I kind of felt as though I was diminishing his value. Yeah, Derrick can't do that. Going through that process of having to recognize that, damn, yeah, he is really disabled. And that's fine. He can't do all the other things that other people can do, and that's perfectly fine because we're going to be all right regardless.
Okay. Oh, you can show him that smile? Yeah, so here I am. The psychiatrist determined that Derrick was deemed incapable and incompetent of taking care of himself. Well, I knew. And knowing and accepting it and just embrace him, just love him for who he is. No matter what or how strong he gets, he's still my child. He will always have that younger mindset. And he's 40 years old, and that's where we are. And I don't love him no less, and I don't love him no more. He's my baby. He is my baby.
All right, guys. There you go. She said he might be disabled, but that's my baby. And I don't agree with the sexual contact, but I'm going to say that's her baby. And she won't with nobody taking her baby from her, period. So in the end, Mom talked a lot about when she said, he can't do this, he can't do that, but you think he gonna live and take care of himself? What they don't talk about in the Netflix documentary, through my findings, I found that Anna's family were supportive of her decision with him. And her family as a whole was making plans to accommodate him as a family. Like they were all making plans to accommodate him, I guess, to help out as a family, because you got to remember her mom did the same kind of work for many years. Like it's embedded in them, like that's what they do. That's where Anna learned hers from. Also, y'all remember the Crossley lady? For those who've been in the whole time, hey Cheese, thank you for coming in. That Crossley lady who was helping with him and other people as well, how they learned about the little girl Ruby. You remember the little girl Ruby? And they showed how her life changed, and she learned the one that made John interested in it when he heard the video about that girl. The lady who trained her name was Miss Crossley. And Miss Crossley had evidence. She had all her recordings from when she worked with him that the judge dismissed. Like she would not show his recordings, because if y'all remember, it's been times where although he's nonverbal, it was certain words or certain sentences that he could get out. So he did know how to get some words out. Robin said, yes, she remembers that lady. So that lady has several recordings of the work that she had done with him, but the judge did not allow that in, just like she didn't allow the communication information in. And what else was it? I think they said that Crossley lady, her evidence would have showed that he had verbal communication skills, but the judge didn't allow it. They didn't talk about her early release. She got released early with a plea agreement. Actually, she agreed to a lesser charge, and the lesser charge was aggravated sexual contact or something. It wasn't a felony, like aggravated sexual contact, based off them saying that he couldn't consent. He was of age. Even if he could consent, that she should not have done it. And that was the lesser charge that she agreed to. So she did say, okay, when after through all of this, maybe I shouldn't. And they don't talk about her husband much, but her husband's name was Roger. And it came out in the trial. She didn't tell it. Like she sat on it. She would not tell, even with that impact statement that he gave, saying that she was a liar and a narcissist. The daughter came out and said that the mom was abused by her husband. Like he was very abusive, not only to his wife, but his daughter as well. She was in a fragile home and she was being abused pretty bad. And they don't talk about that he wanted to savage the marriage. And she agreed. They went to counseling. They were in couples counseling. They were working on the marriage after all of this had happened. But she just knew that she wasn't going to be with him. Whether she was with D-Man or not, she came to the conclusion she just was not going to be with this man. And when he went through the family computer and found evidence of her still looking for other places to live, he gave that impact statement. Like he didn't want nothing to do with her at that point, I guess, because she wasn't going to stay with him or whatever the case may be. So they don't talk about that. And what else is something? Oh, her appeal was done on a 3-man panel, a 3-judge panel, and that's how they came to the conclusion on her appeal. So I thought those were some key points that were left out that the producers did not put in. Did you research any of that, Andrea? Did you find out any of the information? Or do you think any of the extra information that I gave made a difference?
I was wondering. No, I didn't get an opportunity because I watched it like about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock this morning, actually. So but I was curious on what had transpired, that led up to her being able to be an early release. I'm still curious on, her
It's so vulnerable
situation now, and what is the situation with the boy now? Like, how is he communicating now, if he's still going through that trauma, for not, not being with her now. So yeah, I was curious.
The family don't want to release a whole bunch of information about him now, and I guess they're still trying to make sure that she stays away from him. So yeah, but
Well, I'm sure she can't have any contact with him. That's for sure. So I mean, so
yeah,
I mean, I don't understand that part.
yeah. So what do y'all think, Robin? I see you were all into this. It's quite interesting.
Well, you want to come on up, boo? You can come up.
Yeah, absolutely. Grab the link if you like. When I saw it, I was like, this is an interesting talk. This is an interesting conversation. Because although I don't,
very triggering, very triggering.
Yeah, although I don't agree with the sexual piece of it.
Oh no! Oh heck no!
I don't like how his mom and them did a lot of stuff. Click on that link right there and follow the prompts. It'll tell you is your microphone on, is your camera on, and then you can turn it off before you come up and go from there. It's real easy. I didn't agree with how she walked him in like a circus animal. I did not like that because it was clear he could walk. On John's impact statement, he said you tried to change his name and regroom him. He chose his own name. They left out the fact I didn't know who was the man name that taught him to walk. Where did she get that information from?
The
so
mama.
that goes. She told him after he chose the name. So that just goes back to his intellectual ability being much more than they wanted to give credit. Now they were okay with him being better and learning up until he started making decisions for himself. Like I ain't talking about with her, just what kind of music he wanted to listen to, what kind of clothes he wanted to wear. I just feel like mama didn't like that too much. Like, hold on now, I've been doing this all this time. You ain't ready to come up in here changing certain things. I just feel like that was a big part. I didn't like that part. Now, she shouldn't have been hunching on him, period. Like, she shouldn't have been hunching on him. Who's that? Oh.
Yeah, that part of the movie was very, very triggering for me because that's one of my fears.
I can imagine.
Someone ever taking advantage of my daughter because she's not. That's why I don't leave her in the hospital. I do not leave her alone, not one bit at all.
Yeah.
She go in the hospital, even during COVID. I had to get approved through the administrator because I told him, I said, well, she ain't gonna stay here because I'm not gonna leave my child. I was suited and booted, just like them nurses during COVID, because I was not gonna leave my child.
I know that's right.
I was sued. I said, y'all might well suit and boot me. And if you can't do that, she ain't staying at this hospital. Yeah.
So I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna be able to do it. I don't blame you. Because they are some crazy people out here in this world.
Yep.
I really do think that she felt like it was okay. I think that crazy people. I'm not saying it was okay. I think that she think it was okay. Welcome, Robert. Welcome to your first time stage appearance. Said it was okay. I think she think it was okay. Welcome, Robert.
Hi. I don't know how to do this. Can y'all hear me?
No.
Yes,
Okay.
We can hear you loud and clear.
So I don't know why the lady didn't think she was wrong. She was wrong on all levels. And did she have to register as a sex offender, as an SA offender?
I was wondering that too.
I would have to think not, because they gave her a lesser plea for aggravate. Let me look that up. That's a good question. Let me find out.
I sure was wondering. But he wasn't a minor though, so that law would have to be really specific to their situation. So that's the law we need to look up, Sissy, because he wasn't a minor. He was just had a handicap.
But his mind was a minor. He Wasn't he like on a kid level?
Well, they said he was behind, so I would think, yeah. But then when you talk about, you know, him wanting to practice kissing and them having, you know, sex.
But remember, they said she was putting that in his head, so I don't know.
She
Yeah,
did
girl, I
have to
could read it.
register. She had to register because of the first charge. So she is still registered, it says. I just looked it up. So yeah. Yeah. Mhm. So it's I don't agree with the sexual part. Whatever she had in her mind, she had in her mind. I do have to take in consideration that she was being severely abused, so it probably altered her state of mind. Don't make it right at all. Again, my stance is I don't like how I love how mom nurtured her son. Now, don't get me wrong, I love that part. But as caretakers, I'm a caretaker to this day. And what we have to remember is the time may come where we're not here anymore.
Right.
And then what happens? You know, so if your child is capable of doing some things, I don't think we should take that away. If and I'm sure Andrea can agree, if it's some things that she sees signs of improvement with her daughter, then by all means. I didn't like the debilitating him for her own selfish reasons. You get what I'm saying? Because he had already shown that he could do better. Do you agree or disagree with that, Andrea? Is she up? She up here.
I agree.
She said
You know
she
I'm moving
agrees.
around, girl.
That's the part that bothered me. Like I love how she took care of her son. Don't get me wrong, but she I don't think Anna should have told her it's time for you to cut the apron strings because that was offensive. You know, that was just offensive. But as
But
mama
Anna
was
did cross a couple of boundaries, though. She did cross several boundaries when it came to that.
listen,
Yeah.
we as women have trouble with our little boys in general. Like a mama and her son
I was just gonna say that.
needs to be reckoned with all by itself. And now I can have a disabled son. Nah. Nah. So I think mama probably needed I think that was too abrupt. And I'm not talking about because of the sexual piece, just the transitioning of him. You know, I think that she should have been more hands-on with his newfound life and learning abilities. Speaking of which, that was another thing that they didn't talk about when they were trying to have that communicator throw out of evidence. At the second time, they looked at the evidence in there. But what they didn't tell was, you remember how the doctor said he asked him some questions and he just liked clothes hangers and he was throwing the clothes hangers on the floor? That made me think about what Andrea was saying, like it's some things her daughter could do, and when she in a little move and go to the doctor, she ain't doing nothing for nobody. So I felt like maybe it could have been a mood he was in, like no, y'all done took my boo away, I ain't doing nothing type thing, or you know, something of that. But what they did not talk about was the same way I think the judge said, not the judge, that facilitator was speaking of how the person didn't know what they was looking at and they was showing us something else, but they were calling it things that it wasn't. Using that communicative skill, they allowed John to ask his brother some questions, and he got some of them right, he got some of them wrong. But the fact that he got some of them right also shows again that he was not mentally rehabilitated like they wanted to say. He just did not know how to communicate what he was thinking to them.
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Yeah, I just don't think she should have took advantage of the situation. Wow. Yeah, and then to get the carpet burned and all of that, like you was having fun, sure.
Right.
Like,
Yep.
But like Andrea was saying, they are known to be well endowed, and maybe you know her husband was black too. I don't know if I told y'all that, but her husband was definitely black.
Yeah, they say midgets, or what? I don't know what the proper word is. I'm sorry.
There you go with that terminology you be using.
They say they're and people that are challenged mentally or well endowed. Yeah. And I told Sissy, I was like, she looked over there and seen that, and it's like, ooh, I gotta have that. You know.
Right.
That's what she was saying. I wonder why the judge wouldn't allow all her evidence in, y'all. But y'all saw the look on that judge's face. That judge looked like her mind was made up already. Like, ain't nothing you got to say. You're going to jail.
Yeah, that's how I saw it too.
That judge was like, what? I don't care. Let him get this trial over with. Next. So,
yeah.
I saw it. But yeah. Anything else, Robin, you want to add? Because I saw, honey, you were getting aggravated about some of that stuff. You were like, what? What's she married?
Right, because I couldn't believe she was doing all the stuff she was doing and then felt like she wasn't right. She was right. As a teacher, how do you do that?
Yeah.
That was a moral thing right there. It was boundaries that she should have set for herself.
That's true.
So,
That's so true.
are they boundaries on the college level? Are they forbidden to sleep with students on the college level?
Yes. I believe so.
Okay. So I don't know that. I was wondering because, we would know if kids were in grade school that hands off. But I don't know what it is in college. Leland said, case closed. Next. Yes, that's exactly what the judge was saying. Next. I ain't got time. The judge was like, get somebody else to do it.
Right.
And gave her the max. Like, was not interested. So, but again, like I was saying when Cece was saying, just the outward appearance would have stopped some people. When you have a servant's heart for those type of things, you don't see the outward appearance. You find the man on the inside. And when I see man, I mean man or woman. You search a person's soul and their heart.
Right.
I get that part. Yeah. And you know what else dawned on me while we were watching this? When I made that statement earlier about the Biggie Smalls and Morris Chestnut, it dropped in my spirit. Like, I have 2 granddogs, and one will I take him out. Everybody's like, "Oh, he's so handsome. He's a handsome boy." But my girl, she's. I mean, they're full-blooded breeds. The girl is a Jack Russell. But they all look alike, the little Jack Russells, but nobody ever, unless I have her dressed up, nobody ever really goes, fawning over like, oh, she's so cute. But when I look at her, I see the cutest little thing, like, because I know her spirit, you know what I mean? And then you have the kind of people like everybody don't kiss their dogs, and you have to have a special love for animals, for you to feel comfortable with them being on furniture or on your couch. And I'm not saying you don't love your animal, but it's like I would have thought I'd have been a type of person that would kiss my dog. Like, she's literally, I've had so many dogs throughout my life, but the little bitty one that I put on camera, she's the first dog I ever really kissed, like I will kiss her. That's grandma's little tender.
Nobody dog.
I know. But it makes me think about the mindset. Like her.
No, ma'am. I'm just not. Let me tell you something. My best friend dog Nigma is the ugliest little thing I have ever seen in my life. And I tell you, your dog is so dang on ugly.
What kind?
A Shih Tzu or something, honey. And she's looking too. That's an ugly dog. You hear me? But you know what? She loyal. She do what she's supposed to do. Like, she on it. I ain't never. That dog jumped like a bunny rabbit. She straight up and down. Like I said, ain't she retarded? Ugly and retarded. But I get it. And then we have to remember, y'all, we got some men out here and women with beautiful faces, nice attributes, make you lust all over, baby. And they soul is horrible and wretched.
Yeah.
Just a wretched soul. And we have to be mindful of, obviously he has some personality because you would hear mom say, "What that smile at?" You're gonna show it to him, so
Mm-hmm.
so he had his own little ways, his
Yeah.
own little about himself. Um, um, One thing that I do know in my studies, I found that when you deal with people with mental deficits, they also it's always almost attached what they want to know is if they have any kind of sexual deviances, because it typically goes along with it. You know what I'm saying?
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Wow.
and they look to see if they have a sexual deviance. So he probably wouldn't reach over and grab his mommy's nipple, but I'm not gonna say he didn't grab over, and reach her nipple. And I
Yeah.
saw what you said in the chat when you said, "Oh, she blaming him." I didn't think she was saying it in a bad way. I think when she said, "Oh, he deserves some credit for that," in a way of like, "Oh, I see, Andrew, hold on." When she said he deserves some credit for that, I didn't think it was her blaming him. I think she was saying, "Hey, y'all keep forgetting, y'all are taking away what he's capable of doing." I think that's how what she was trying to say. But she's educated, so they use their words differently than
Right.
how what we did.
Yeah, that's what she
So
was saying.
you thought so too?
Uh-huh.
Like, yeah. And I had asked Andrea to come up because she deals with it every day. Like she knows from a mom's perspective. And I was like, last minute I said, I think Andrea needs to be up here. Let me read Leland's comment. He said they are mesmerized by Buddy because he looks like a fox. Haley is cute, but she doesn't look exotic like Buddy, so she doesn't catch people's eye like Buddy does. But she has the bigger personality, doesn't she? I don't care how big. Look, I'm not kissing no dog. The dog's not getting on my couch. You're definitely not getting in my bed. You can't even come in my kitchen. You better walk through, and if you walk through, you better get your ass through real fast. Like and I love my dogs. I buy top of the line dog food. I love them, but I have boundaries, pet boundaries, and it's
Yeah.
just something. Now this little dog I got now, he ain't little, y'all. He big. He a big old red pit. He run me twice in the two dogs I had at one time, and he won because he just don't stop. Like, and he honorary. But that's my little baby though. But he gonna be mad because I'm trying to find me a German Shepherd right now.
Now you got me wanting a German Shepherd for my grandchild to grow up with. Like seriously, somebody's muting. Somebody's echoing. I don't know who it is. Like it's some air blowing in the phone or something.
Probably me.
Oh, you in the car?
Let me see now. Can you hear it now?
No.
No.
Okay, yeah, it was my air in the car.
Yeah. Hey, Sister Andrea and Miss Robin. Did y'all notice anything different today?
No, chosen outside.
My voice is stronger than the
Oh,
last
it
time.
is. It is
Yeah.
stronger.
Sound like it never missed a beat.
Yeah.
I still feel the vibration. Like I guess that's what I'm gonna have to get used to now that I feel the vibration. I guess I have to get used to that. It reminds me of cymbals. On the drum you hit it and it still be going. It kind of reminds me of that. But I've been talking today and I said, "Oh, my voice sounds really good today." I don't know what it's gonna sound like tonight.
The more you use it, it'll get better.
But right now it sounds good. Say that again, mommy.
I say the more you use, the more you talk, the better it'll be. Because when you don't use it, you lose it.
Yeah. I told y'all my prayer is when I get my voice here, I'm gonna be singing like Whitney Houston used to be.
Gonna sing, yeah.
I'm gonna be singing, girl. The glories of the Lord at that, honey. Can't wait. Let everything that has breath praise ye the Lord. I'm gonna be singing up something, girl. Can't wait. I'm just claiming it anyway. Might not happen, but I'm gonna speak that thing until I feel like it is. Anywho,
It's gonna happen.
yep. So y'all, what we gonna talk about on Wednesday?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
What y'all want to talk about Wednesday? Anybody? Anywho? Any takers?
I know I missed a lot in the conversation because I kept getting phone calls. I was and me moving about, but I wanted to speak on too about with him having cerebral palsy. You know, I don't know why they diagnosed him with cerebral palsy. I guess because he couldn't walk. I guess, but I had a friend of mine, a real good friend of mine. Her daughter's like in her 40s now though, but when she was a little girl. Kendisha didn't talk around people. Like she did a lot of stuff that I didn't know she knew how to do because she just wouldn't do it in public. Like she would really want her mom to do for her in public. Like nobody knew all of her abilities. So when I came back around and people was telling me, you know, what Kendisha was doing, like she would curse you flat out, all this stuff. I was like, Kendisha? They was like, yeah. Tomorrow Kendisha curse you flat out. I was like, what? See, a lot of times they would do things around family that they won't do in public. Sometimes they'll do stuff in public that they won't do around the family. So it kind of depends.
You know what? That's so true because I have a fight. Well, I had a fight with the school because they didn't want to make some of the accommodations that Baby Jane needed at school, right? And they would say, "Well, we don't see that at school," and, you know. And I would have to say, "I don't care what you do or don't see at school. I'm telling you what I have to deal with when she comes home." And I gave it to the doctor and let the doctor see on the camera. I said, "Now I want to show the school, but at the same time, I don't, because as a parent, that school as well as the doctors are supposed to take our recommendations as well. Like in any kind of situation when it comes to medical school and everybody, you work together as a unit. Like no one person makes decisions. The doctor don't get to make decisions without your input. You don't get to make decisions without the doctor's input. So on and so forth, because I know what I would deal with at home. And it was something so simple, y'all, is that I didn't want to give her morning medication at home. I wanted to be given to her at school at 9 o'clock. So, because if I give it to her at 7, by the time she get home at 3, it's way gone. We can't even get through homework. You know what I'm saying? So I wanted it to be given at 9, top of her morning. You know what I'm saying? School's only been in about 30 minutes. Get it then so you can have a longer duration through the day. And they wanted to fight with me on that, but honey, they lost real things and they found out. And as I was talking, I was thinking of this girl. I can't think of her. She got a YouTube and a Facebook. She got the mole right here. Beauty is her name. She just had her 7th baby. But when she had this last baby, they told her that the baby was going to be autistic. Or she didn't know until the baby came out. I think it had some complications at birth or whatever it was. But she always said, "Ain't nothing wrong with my baby. I ain't claiming it. I ain't taking it. I will handle him just like I handle the rest of these kids in here." And when you look at him, you know he might be just a little bit, but when I tell you, she handled that baby just like she handled the rest of them. She don't coddle him. She don't make no special exceptions or none of that. None of that. Somebody just called DSS on her the other day, and I understood. I saw it with my own 2 eyes, y'all. Maybe we should talk about that Wednesday. But I saw it with my own 2 eyes. She was introducing the new baby to, I think he probably 2 or 3. He might be 2. She was introducing the baby to him, and he patted the baby at first, and then he tried to kick the baby, and the baby rolled, and she caught the baby, honey. But she went live with the police at her door because they called for a well check on the baby because it happened on live. But one thing I do know is when you have a new baby come in, even for kids that are not on the spectrum or anything wrong with them. You got to slowly introduce that new baby to that last baby because they ain't having it, honey. And she
Right.
kind of didn't expect that reaction from him, but the baby was fine. And so on and so forth. But they showed, on the internet, baby, they undefeated. They sent the law right up over there. Leland said, Auntie, I don't have any human kids, so they are very spoiled, and I treat them as if they were my kids. I'd rather feel a vibration than nothing at all. Now, listen, I'm thankful for the vibration. I'm thankful. I'm still inquisitive a little bit because I didn't know it had been going on for so long. And I guess when this finally subsides all the way, because I still get it. It's just not as intensive. And the medicine I take at home, y'all, I'm out. That's why I said, if y'all see me in a chat and I might speak and then I don't say nothing back, I'm nodding, I'm still trying to fight it. And I might say something, then I'm just out. Because that medicine puts me down. But but so I'm thankful for the vibration. Still trying to, I guess I just quit trying to figure it out and just tell God thank you for whatever it is. And then it says the 600 Black people in Chicago in opposition to protesting immigrants. You know what? That is a good topic. Are you affected by that, Andrea? How do you feel about that being in Chicago? We're right there around it. She'll come back because she's walking around, y'all. I'll keep reading until she come back. I'm just to say, oh yeah, Leland. Black Chicagoans stunned that government finds over $300 million to take care of immigrant crisis after ignoring poverty for decades. Oh yeah. So that goes right into the politics. Because I get it. I get it on both sides. I understand on both sides. Dealing with the homeless community for as long as I have been, I get it. I get it. And it's two sides. It's two sides to that homeless situation. But another thing, they found the 300 million, but they don't have the 300 million because they're dealing with the same thing in New York. New York is struggling. They struggling with that whole immigrant thing where they just drop them people off on them bus loads at the time. And they were not prepared or ready. Them old Republican, governors and stuff. They a hot mess. Oh yeah, we are gonna do. That's great because we talked about doing. He said, "I see both sides as well." We talked about doing some classes. Not so much some classes, but just kind of bringing our people into the know about voting and what certain votes are for, what the meaning and titles for some are, and what their obligations are, as well as their duties to the people, so you can help make better decisions when it comes to your voting. I really need to get to Potangela on that because I told y'all when Big Mike, I think his name was Big Mike, on the BET Awards, when he was like, "Who is your commissioner?" That's what I want to know. I said, "See, he's talking my language now, because we don't know. Us, our people, we don't know. We don't know." I hear so many people talking about they don't want Biden in because he too old, he too old, he too old, he too old. Okay, it's his administration that makes the things happen. It ain't him. That's why they have. Y'all heard the term, and you probably didn't know what it means. If you don't follow politics, when they say the Biden administration, the Trump administration, the Obama administration, the Bush administration, the Reagan administration, it means it's their people who's making the things happen, keeping them abreast on things, making different rules like that was who's making it happen. But I will say I want Kamala to come up out of her little shell, and she got to do better. Now I'm gonna say that she got to do better, and I'm praying that God give Biden 4 more years, in the presidency as well as life.
Yeah, I do too, because we'll be lost with Trump.
I just want to know, when is Trump gonna stop running? Like, is he gonna be trying to run at 90 or 100 years old? This man just want power. Like, seriously.
And what they got to remember is it's not always the leaning tree that falls. They thinking Biden this, that, and the third, and Trump ain't that far from them.
Right.
Trump ain't that, you know?
Right.
Like, child. When my mom was passing away and she was in hospice at home, and we knew like it was gonna be any day. Every day we'd be like waiting. Child, when they kept telling us any day, my mama was still here 3 weeks, but her brother was fine, wasn't nothing wrong with him, and he passed away. He passed away 2 weeks before my mama. Wasn't nothing wrong with him. That's why I say it's not always the leaning tree that
Yeah.
You don't know. You don't know.
Yeah.
Leland says, I definitely understand the frustration from the Black community, but I don't think their anger is as directed towards the immigrants, but more so to the government and the audacity. You know what I mean? I know exactly what you mean. Because
you were asking me a question. I was talking, but you guys couldn't hear me. So.
Oh yeah, I was asking. How do you feel about the effects being in Chicago of this immigrant crisis that they have going on now?
Ooh, is it worse in other states? Because Chicago is oversaturated with them. I don't know if they were sending them nowhere else, but they sure was sending them here. Like I talked to my best friend, and she haven't noticed them in Georgia, but here
they sent more in New York.
Huh?
Y'all got a lot, but New York got even more.
Is New York a Democratic state?
And they were being funny, like the Democrats was like, because see, around those borders, those are, those states got those Republicans in office, and they were saying, so y'all feel sorry for them, huh? I tell you what, let me bust them all down into y'all, and then y'all take care of it.
Because we Democrats, so I'm wondering if they just send them to the Democratic.
That's what they're doing, putting them in Democratic states and saying,
I thought so. Because baby, it's something else, and I'm angry about it. To be honest, I am.
As you should be.
I'm angry.
As you should. Because if they wanted to be in Chicago, they would have kept going till they got there. You know what I'm saying?
That part, right?
That's one thing about them. They know how to get where they want to be.
And them jokers so cocky to the point where they're here doing. We had one of them. Somebody had posted on Facebook. He out there throwing up gang signs. He doing all smoking. And my thing is, y'all allowing them to come in here, but you don't even know who you letting in. You could be letting the cartel in. You letting people with diseases, all type of stuff. Where's the vetting of them coming in here? But y'all putting us at risk.
Yeah, and you know what else? I think this has always been my problem. I think everybody should have the first chance of America being the land of the free, the home of the brave. It's history behind that. The place where everybody wants to come for a new life. But I have always had a problem with you coming, and then I gotta conform and learn how to speak your language.
That part. When in Rome, you do as the Romans do, right? They should be obligated to learn English.
That's the only thing I didn't like, because I would say I can barely speak English. Now I got to learn how to say, being in management and stuff like that. And I had a lot of employees. They would teach me little stuff.
Must. It should
but
be
I was just like, they should learn. The girl who used to do my pedicure, she Asian. And she said she remembered being a little girl when they was preparing for the transition to come to the United States, that their dad, like when they got out of school, he sat them down with books to push them faster to learning the American English. And she's Asian. And she just felt like she remembered the turmoil and having to go through that, and other people just come over here and not having to do it. So, like, I just think it would be beneficial, not only to us, but to them as well.
Right. But you have them jokers here for umpteen years and won't learn a lick of English.
Look, I just told my son yesterday. My son has a brilliant mind, and his gifts that he adapts to different languages. He can speak Spanish as his first language and write it, right? I don't know, with this conversation y'all having, like, it's just clicking, like, yeah, you need to go on and start a YouTube channel and teach. You need to go on and do it. You need to go on and do it. Tap in. There's
I
ways
think
to
it should be
hashtag it and bring
delegated.
that new community in. Yeah.
Now,
I think it
one thing,
should be, yeah, he'll make some money too.
yeah, studies show that English is the hardest language to learn. Like, we're the most complex, so they struggle with it. But I think it's worth it.
Their language is hard.
Yeah, even trade, no swap, no swindle.
And honey, I tried to learn Spanish. I can learn. You know, I told y'all my bonus son is Mexican, and like the mind as you get older, you know, if you don't continuously speak it, and don't even talk about trying to write it, baby. I can't write nothing down, but I can speak a little bit. But I, you know, yeah, like, yeah, I agree. They definitely should have programs for migrants to come in here, and that would give more jobs to the teachers too. You know, to the teachers that majored in language.
I do good to speak English because I'm country. Like, it's a joke that I make, but I work hard trying to conform my language, because if y'all watch Amber's live that she did on her true crimes, and she played that video about the 3 girls from where I'm from. Did y'all hear how they talk? That's what I used to sound like. That's what I used to sound like. And yeah, like, for real. Like, we say stuff like, what kind of car you driving? We would say, what car you on, Mom? You know? If I get upset, I get just as country. My husband be like, oh shit, there she go.
It comes out.
Yeah, it comes out. But yeah, that's when I say, like, I have a hard time speaking English, child. But it's a joke. I mean, y'all know I can speak English, but y'all get what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah.
But I have some Hispanic people who have done really good by me. When it came to redoing my house, and I have had some who did me bad, and I used to get mad. I'd be like, you act like you can't speak English, but when it's come talking about money or something, you know you did. You speak good English then. That pisses me off. But other than that, like, yep.
I just feel that they should be.
Who? I don't know. How you feel up here, girl? It ain't that bad, is it?
No, it's not that bad. I'm just quiet though. Well, I'm looking at it on my TV, and I'm on my phone listening, so I can see yeah. I see Upper just came in.
Hey, Upper.
Hi, Upper.
She just came in. We about to go out. Yeah, we had a very good discussion about this Caucasian lady who had a sexual relationship with a severely disabled young African American man, and she went to prison for it, but she ended up getting out and having her case overturned. If you ever get the opportunity, though, take a look at it. It's very good. Like, it's good. Everybody already gone out because we done talked about the gist of it, but I'm glad everybody enjoyed it, and I found it laying in the hospital because I was watching Netflix and chilling in the room. What is it? Netflix and chill. Do nothing else.
Chilling for real.
If I went on YouTube, I was Netflixing, and that's how I came. And it was quite interesting. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, that was very interesting. I'm a type of person that I don't like movies and stuff like that, but that was good.
Now, I'm a documentary person because I like the research, I like the study, so I like true life events and things like
me
that.
too.
If it was good enough for them to write about it and make a movie about it, that means it was something to it. So that's why I like it.
Yeah, the documentaries I can probably do if they're not too long. I just can't watch no movie.
Yeah, I'm the
Yeah,
same way.
yeah. I'll do a documentary in a minute. And if y'all run across any like hour and a half type, we can jump in them. Because I see another one that I ain't gonna tell the name of it yet. I'm gonna watch it and see if it seems interesting, and we can go from there. Yeah, I think it might be kind of good.
The other sister. Okay, Andrea, can you hear me? Type of one if you can hear me and Sissy. Andrea was talking, she said, and we couldn't hear anything she was saying, but I heard her for about 5 seconds.
Oh, I didn't hear her. Andrea, say something now. Y'all hear?
I don't.
I don't hear.
I can't. Can y'all hear me?
You might.
I can hear you now.
Yeah.
Okay,
Huh?
you have me on mute, Miss White, because I've been talking away, child.
No,
And I'm
ma'am.
wondering why I'm talking and y'all study talking. I'm like, they must can't hear me, because
Yeah.
I didn't even see your little thing moving.
wow. Yeah, I don't
I
know.
didn't
I
even
was
see.
I was talking away when you were still talking about the migrants. I was just talking away. But
Mm-mm.
y'all was talking, and I said, well, they must can't hear me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but it
they
seemed like
said
I heard you
like
for just a flip of a second.
Well,
they
yikes.
said Chicago found $300 million all of a sudden to help take care of that.
And
But
here
that
is my baby can't even get a mattress that she needs. But they giving all these funds away. That stuff is angry. I'm angry about it.
Yeah, so we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all know,
Yep,
and
don't like it. And I feel that they should they should be a must to live here. They should learn our language because they got a lot of them is the businesses here. Anything when it comes to lawn care, construction, all this stuff, and they can't
they
even
make it happen though.
they can't even communicate. Come on now.
And you know what? And then we can start helping people learn where this money come from, how it
Yep.
comes, and about deficits and when they talk about draining the swamp, what they're referring to, and things like that. And once you start getting, like, you ain't got to learn it, but just once you get touch bases with it and have a better understanding, then you kind of understand it a little bit better. I mean, you're going to agree with it, but you at least kind of know a little bit
Well,
about
I know
what's.
some people said the reason why Chicago, I had this one guy tell me the reason why Chicago had gotten so many of them is because during a little bit before COVID, Chicago lost a lot of people. They moved out of Illinois, like moved to other states. And so because of that revenue left, those people that were able to put back into the system by working and stuff, because they left, they had to make up for that. So them bringing them here is going to make up for that when it comes to
revenue. Is that what they're trying to
yes,
say?
yes. I don't buy that crap.
I don't know, because I know it has a lot to do with the Republican governors down south around the borders who was like, okay, since y'all like them so much.
Me too. Yep. That's why they didn't stay in Texas. And why he shipped them here.
Honey, Lightfoot was so hot. That thing was heated because it started when she was over
but
here.
she was for it. She was for it.
The money piece of it. So yeah.
Yeah, because I believe her wife is Spanish.
Oh yeah?
Uh-huh. Yep.
I didn't know. Well, I used to keep up with Lightfoot. I used to keep up with Lightfoot because it was somebody she was fighting with.
Oh, they didn't care for her here, baby.
They did.
She just
But
lost
they
her
used
mom,
to love her. One time, did she switch up on them?
And no, they never cared for her. They never cared for her. She's not my mayor, of course, but they didn't care for her, girl. She had so many names here. They call her so many names.
What about how she
But
looked? They be telling me what she looked like.
they that and she was every name except that. They call her Littlefoot. Uh, she was Tweety Bird. They had so many Beetlejuice. She she was everything but Lightfoot. Okay.
Lightfoot. Mm-hmm.
No, they didn't care for her. Mm-mm. But
Child, I
now
told you.
she's the legal person on this situation with the Dalton mayor, the little gangster lady.
Oh
She's the
yeah,
prostitute. Yeah,
yeah.
yes.
She got a lot going on, don't she?
Woo! Something else. I call little what's his name from New Jack City?
Nino Brown.
Yeah, I call
Nino.
little Nino
Notice
Brown.
she got her face on the mats when you walk into
She's
the
something else,
buildings.
baby. She's something else, baby. But Jedediah Brown is on that neck. He on her neck, baby.
Yeah, that's sad though. Why do they do that? Like, come on, y'all.
Yeah, she
But you
could
know
have did
what?
so much.
They abuse that power when you don't know what they're supposed to do. They do what they
Right.
want to do. If you don't know the job description, they go in and do what they want to do. That's why it's up to us to keep them accountable and
Yeah,
hold them,
exactly.
hold them accountable. It's up to us.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep.
If we don't know what they're supposed to be doing, guess what? They do what they want to do.
She held accountable now though. They ain't playing with her.
They on neck.
They on her neck.
Well, good. They should be. They
They on
should
her
be.
neck.
I ain't mad at them. Get them and make them do what they supposed to do.
Yeah, I wasn't able to read the comments and stuff as much about the movie. I didn't get to really see. I know Robin's take on it, but I wasn't able to see the other people's take on the movie.
Yeah. I just
I would
started
be
having
curious. I would be curious of Sweet's opinion on it, because with her baby.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I know
Yes.
he's young now, but I would like to know her take on it.
Oh yeah. You probably have a very interesting take on it. I never even knew about the story before, but they said it was a very popular trial whenever it.
I've never heard of it, actually.
Yeah, I hadn't either. Threw me for a loop.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
but it was very.
the other sister, make sure
I
you
saw
watch it. I
that.
don't know if you saw it. The other
Yeah,
sister, that one was interesting, right?
that was a good. Now that was a good movie.
That my daughter
Is that
loved that movie. She loved that movie.
it's
We
a
still look
movie
at
or
it
is it a
today.
documentary?
It's a
That's
movie.
a
It's a
movie.
movie. It's with
Okay.
Winona Ryder, the actress, and what's the mama name? The one that played Devil Got Prada. What's her name?
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Keaton,
I
her
can't think of
last
it.
name. Keaton
Yeah,
is her last
Keaton. Yeah,
name.
Diane
Uh,
Keaton. Diane Keaton.
Diane Keaton.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Diane Keaton. Yeah. They're in there, and it's a really good movie. Like, they both was had mental
autistic.
challenges. They was
Yeah,
considered autistic, and the two characters, they were so funny. My daughter, when I tell you, if I play that right now, she cracks
She be
up on that
laughing.
movie because it is just so cute. It's cute, but it's like, I mean, it gives you a perspective on how they feel, and the mom, her standpoint on it. But the thing is, it was two of them together, like two of the same people mindset. Like it
yeah.
was.
But were they sisters or they just named? That's how they named the movie.
No, it was two
They
sisters, and the mom had two girls, and one of them
Oh,
was special needs, and the other one was, she
normal.
was a normal kid, and she was getting married. Yeah, you got to watch it. It's very cute, very,
Yeah, you gotta watch it,
yeah,
Miss White. See, I
yeah.
would
I
tell the
forgot.
movie, but it's good.
I know, right? It is really good. It's a really, really cute movie. My daughter loved it. We
I'm
had
gonna
it on
watch it. Yeah, it
DVD.
just take me 3 runs to watch it because I fall asleep and then
Right.
jump back and I fall asleep. But I'm gonna watch it.
Right. So yeah,
I'm definitely
this
gonna
was a
watch it.
very interesting live, sisters.
It was. I
Yeah.
wanted, something different, interesting,
Hmm. Yeah,
and something we
very
could all talk
interesting.
about.
All right. That's always a good thing. Dialogue.
Mhm. Yeah, absolutely. Positive views, negative views, because you know we all don't have the same thought process, and
Nope. Nope. I know if I was
like
that mama, that she would have got a tail whooping. I know that. She talking about sitting on her
yeah,
hands. She would have, them
like,
hands would
get
have
on
been on
my
that
hands,
head.
you had something to say.
She would have had her head busted.
Mm, she
Like
still
Dehan said, busted to the white meat.
Busted to the white meat. She'd had a pumpkin head for sure because I'm very protective about my daughter.
absolutely.
You know, I don't play about her. Even when I was married to my last husband, uh, as much as he loved her, he can watch her, but I didn't allow him to change her or anything.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
was able to feed her, you know, give her meds and stuff like that. But other than that, mm-mm.
But it was good. Like I said, I had watched it a couple of times, and it was I enjoyed it. I did, and I
Yeah.
felt good like watching Netflix and not being on YouTube too.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's
Yeah,
always a
because
break.
I
You
found
know,
out like I
you need
was
a mental break.
scrolling
Hmm.
through Facebook, seeing things that I hadn't even seen in years.
Right.
2 years that I was off topic with because
Hmm. Hmm.
I used to keep up with that lady, Miss Lisa. Um, her son had got
From
injured.
yeah,
Fresh,
the Coltons. Yeah, fresh.
yeah, Lisa
You see,
Thompson.
she's building she built a rehab facility.
Not only that, baby, he doing so dang on good.
Oh yeah. Okay. She done help so many
Yeah,
families. Tyrone, I don't know if you followed the one lady that Lisa told the mom to get her son out that hospital. Tyrone.
yeah.
Tyrone is doing good. Yep. Tyrone is
They
doing
want you to
good.
pull the
Yeah.
plug and let them go.
Yes. Yes.
And
And she's
mm,
helped Apple. Apple is doing a lot better.
I
Yep.
was so happy to see Fresh, and I see he got DJ equipment, so that means he's trying to pick back up where he left off at, and all of that.
Yeah,
But I
he's
was
living
watching.
back on his own. He's been back in his apartment for a long time. Yeah.
I was watching on one day, and she kept that apartment and everything. But look, I was watching on one day, and he said, "Ooh, it just hit me." He said, "You know what hit me? The Holy Spirit just hit me." Girl, I got so excited. I said, "Look at all caught up in all this mess, and look what all I done missed."
Yes, I just wish I was blessed to have the space that she had. Um, I think what allowed her to get the different equipment that he needed. Because if I
Mhm.
had the space to get the different equipment that my daughter needed, oh yeah,
Because she had the space. Because you
I would
know
have been
what?
able to. She had the
She
space for
fought,
a lot of
honey.
that
She did
equipment.
not play. She did
Mm-hmm.
not play. Honey, when I
Nope.
tell you she advocated like none other for Fresh.
None other. None other. Yep. Awesome. Awesome. Awesome job. Like, yeah, she's definitely one of the
Now,
people with
I'm
resilience.
sure he not with that same girlfriend he had when he first got hurt. She moved on.
You know, she was in the picture, I think, for a little bit. I don't know what's going on. I haven't seen her in a while. I don't know if they broke up or whatever,
Mhm.
but yeah,
Yeah.
they was in
Yeah,
the,
we
she
might
was
have
in
to
the
do a
picture
live
for a
about
little bit.
catching up on the stuff we've missed through the saga.
I know, right? Because you got so consumed with this
Yeah,
saga that
I don't
shoot,
know what's
you
going
be
on with
missing other stuff passing up.
I don't know what's going on with Carmen and Chef Carmen and Tay, and it was two other girls I used to watch. They used to be married and then they divorced, and I can't think of them. They call them best friends. They call the people best friends. And the last time I
Oh
saw
yeah, I
that
can't
one,
think of the name either.
ready to go to a game show or something. But yeah, maybe we can talk about catch up on old Facebook stuff. But definitely we'll discuss the issue in Chicago on Wednesday.
Are you and Tangela doing a panel together with the politics
But
thing,
I'm gonna reach
or you
out to her
doing
and
one?
see if she wants to come on this one because that's what it revolves around, politics. And
Hmm.
like he was saying, Chicago came up with $300 million and help people to understand how this money comes. Where
Right.
does it come from? How does it
I definitely
happen?
want to know. Shoot. 'Cause I'm
Mm-hmm.
telling you, I'm livid about a lot of the stuff that's going on, but
Yeah, because
because
listen, when the Democrats are in office, we don't use the things that are available to us. the Republicans use. They whenever new administration come on, they barely anything left over. They are over it,
Right.
as a matter of fact.
Because
And the reason it happened with us is we don't know what's out there for us.
right, exactly. Exactly.
Don't have a clue.
That's what they say. You die of knowledge. Not,
Yeah.
will
Yeah.
perish with the lack of knowledge. So, yeah, like I said, I'm very interested. Very interested.
Well, I am so glad Miss Robin came up here. I feel special that we were the first panel she came up on. You see, it ain't so bad. Can't nobody see you. I mean, hey.
Yeah, it's not so bad.
So I'm
I
gonna
did
interrupt you,
I went
ladies.
on D-Ham's panel before.
Oh, you have? Oh, well, I still feel
Yeah.
special.
I didn't stay up that long.
You did.
That's like Miss Judy first time coming out the bushes and went up on Retta panel. She was
No, she
spoke her
said
mind too.
she's been on somebody panel one time before, I think she said, because I thought it was her the first time too. But I heard her say
I haven't heard her. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So quick announcement. Shit. I had some problems and I don't know what happened, but I had to come back in through StreamYard. So quick announcement. Shit. What was I gonna say? I did have an announcement, but anyway, so what I want to say is, Robin, I appreciate you on the panel, and Andrea, in my cheese voice already, you already know. Sissy, we've been on live for 4 hours. Your voice has been going for 4 hours, so you're done talking. So tell the chat fine that you love them.
that's her way of trying to say she's ready to go, y'all.
Yeah, I'm ready to go, but I'm ready for your vocal cords to take a break.
You see, I skipped on this icy water the whole.
So which one is best, ice water or warm tea for the vocal cord?
I can't tell no difference.
You can't?
Both of them feel good, but yeah,
Okay.
I don't really feel my vocal cord. Just feel good going down my throat, I guess. But my throat is not sore. It's just a sense. I can't explain it.
Like
and Amber going live shortly too, isn't she?
I don't know. I haven't been nowhere but here. Ooh, I'm looking at my little gray hairs. Ooh,
I think
child.
Amber going live too. So yeah, we do need to get up the here. Get up the here. My house empty now. Hubby took off with little rascals. So.
But I did truly enjoy the live today. I enjoyed it. Thank y'all for inviting me up.
You're welcome.
All righty. All right. Love you guys.
We love y'all.
All right.
Thank you, Chad. We love you.
See everybody around up in these here YouTube streets. And again on Wednesday. Same bat time, same bat station. Y'all remember that? All right. Good, everybody.